Hello, and to whom this may concern. It's not actually that warm. I just had a hot shower recently. So it's, toasty mode currently. The weather needs to catch up. I need to be cooled off a little bit. It's going to take a while because I got a coffee. That's right. Princess juice. And an Oodie, which is trapping the goddamn body heat from the shower. I'm going to stay in toasty mode for a while. Oh yeah, it is the Space Jam one. I was gonna watch the other one soon, but I haven't got around to it, so I thought I'd just start wearing this one a little bit again. Oh, that's nice. Hang on, more of this. Actually, you you came in with a hydrate and a Biscoff. Well, plenty of hydrating. And we get to properly start off this this smooth jar. Cool. Actually, let's do something fun with this jar. Hang on. I got some leftover caramel cheesecake chocolate. It is a Darryl Lee collab with the Cheesecake Shop. Literally caramel cheesecake milk chocolate. How about that? Do a test. I'm going to smear some Biscoff on the caramel cheesecake chocolate and see what that does. We need a right old gob. Your fan died? Oh, damn. I don't have a fan, but we have like the interior air conditioning, the ducted air conditioning. Pretty typical for apartments, though. All right, here we go. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Wow. Wow. That's actually the best use of the Biscoff in terms of other chocolates that I've tried yet. I've tried putting Biscoff on other types of chocolate bars. You know, like a Snickers or a Mars or a Twix or even a Tim Tam I've done. And it's always decent. Like there's a slight value add, but it's not anything special. It's just another sugary ingredient added to a bunch of other sugary ingredients that already are doing their thing. Not good enough or different enough for me to continuously do it. You may as well just pop the chocolate and eat it for convenience. The extra steps of scooping Biscoff and smearing it on there, not really a big deal. This, on the other hand, I'm a big fan of French vanilla cheesecake, and I've had caramel cheesecake. And one other, I can't remember what it was. But I've also had Biscoff cheesecake. I got to try that once. And I think that's what it's doing. Because the chocolate's designed to be caramel cheesecake chocolate, I think the Biscoff flavor goes really well with it. It tastes like it was meant to be. I'm happy about that. I'm in love. I wish I thought about that earlier, because I've only got 2 blocks left in that packet. I've been through that entire bar. Never thought to try the cheesecake, the Biscoff on the cheesecake. God damn it. Oh, well. Anyway, what's up? I was going to catch up on a couple of sneaky showcases tonight. You know? There was a couple that inched under the radar. Like Capcom, for example, which is probably one I imagine you watched. Um, what was the others? There's a German one that I'm curious about. I had a quick look at it. Because some showcases, especially the ones that IGN collab with, they're not really worth it because the entire it tends to be 2+ hours of just a couple of Muppets you've never met before around a table, just chatting and interviewing people. It's not really a showcase. More of a roundtable / podcast. When a showcase takes the form of a video podcast, it's like it's not really great streaming content. That's the kind of thing I can sit here and listen to with an earpiece while I'm working. Not worth watching for any any particular visual reasons. Also, Upload VR did one of theirs, which in past years has actually been a part of Summer Game Fest. It wasn't this year, but their showcase dropped like a week or two afterwards anyway, so I don't know what the deal with that was. That's actually been common with a couple of showcases. There are a couple of showcases that used to be Summer Game Fest that have since detached and just happen whenever they damn well feel like it. I don't know why that is. That's a little strange to me. Why wouldn't you want to be a part of the thing with everybody else? Oh my god, what's this? Oh, there's a Bleach thing. And a Hoyoverse thing. Why is my screen in a weird angle? Oh, Zenless Zone Zero. The sleepy game. God damn it. It is actually not a bad name. It rolls off the tongue. They got a kind of alliterative thing going on with the word choicing there that I like. Zenless Zone Zero. It's fun to say. It's poppy. It bounces. What's the other one? Bleach. Why are they still making games out of Bleach? Is that show even still going? I thought Bleach was past its prime. Much like Fairy Tail and Naruto. Man, I sure wish Dragon Ball would be past its time. People never let Dragon Ball go. They're remaking it? What, from the start? Oh, they're pulling a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood on Bleach. Because I always assumed that Bleach was kind of suffering the same issues that a lot of those shows were, like Naruto and Full Metal. They jumped into doing the show so in the middle of the mangas still kicking off that they caught up quickly and then had to make shit up to let the actual like main story manga stuff catch up, so they knew what to do. Seems to be a common thing in anime circles. I almost said for better or for worse, but it seems like it's mostly for worse. I don't think it ever has panned out in a good way. Alright. Since we're speaking about Bleach, let me just pull that in. I'm curious to see what they're doing with this. Well, let me pull them both out so I don't have to go back. Bloop. Oh, where's my headphones? Oh, there's the right one. Lied. Oh, my coffee's in the way where the mic needs to go. Maybe I should finish that chocolate before my coffee's done. Chocolate and coffee go really well together. The sweet followed by the bitterness of the caffeine. They trade blows well. Oh, God. Alright. One more sip. Nom 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 nom. Alright. Where Bleach at? They're still cell shading it?
I wish for strength. If I cannot protect them from the wheel, then give me a strong blade.
I don't actually know what the wheel is. I just realized I don't really know that much about Bleach.
To shatter fate.
I don't really even know why they call it Bleach.
Do you
Yeah,
wish to
it's
save your family?
usual cell shading.
Tell me how. I'll do anything.
I don't really think there's a visual way to do 3D anime and have it look legit without doing cell shading. Insert copyright guitar performance. Here comes YouTube. There's something about the design of that girl's face, the main female lead. The way they do her eyes. She either always looks bored or tired. Is this going to be one of those Budokai style games? Where it's just like main characters fighting in an arena? It's a very showy trailer, but I want to know if they're going to do that Ubisoft Naruto thing where you're like running around town doing missions for NPCs, or if it's just a Budokai-esque arena fighter, which a lot of these anime games tend to fall into. Can't tell if it's a fighting game or what. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, there are shots near the start which appear to be cutscene only, where he's like standing on the highway overlooking the road, where it's like, when that cutscene's over, do you again get to like run around that town and actually go to spots on the map where the next objective or side objective's happening? Or is it just a whole bunch of cutscenes breaking up arena fights, which tends to be more the common outcome with these? They can be a bit lazy. And I know, I mean, okay, maybe lazy is not the right word, because they do put a lot of effort into the fighting engines of these games. Like, they're tight, and they're usually pretty good, but in terms of the grander creativity of the game design, actually like giving you other stuff to do, or breaking free from a fairly cliched or stereotypical genre for anime adaptions, it's like, you don't see that too often. And that does seem like it might just be that. At least it looks nice. Bleach fans will probably be happy. I mean, Dragon Ball fans are always happy when they pump you all full of Budokais. How many of those are there now? 17? Rukia. I don't know their names. And I would love to know why it's called Bleach. Like, what does the word bleach entail when you talk about this anime and its story and its characters? Is it just a nonsense word? Because One Piece is about the MacGuffin. Naruto is about the main character. Dragon Ball is about the MacGuffin again. What's Bleach? Is it about Bleach? It can't be about Bleach. Bleach is a cleaning product. There's no way that has anything to do with the plot. Unless the main character's name is Bleach. Which I'm pretty sure it's not, because I think I've heard people say his name before. And I would have clocked if it was Bleach. I would not have forgotten that. I have a feeling this might be one of those rare animes that's just a nonsense word. Like, the word bleach just sounds cool and intriguing. Like, it was a marketing name, not a name that actually pertains to anything in the show proper. I have a feeling that might be the case. I'm probably wrong, but I don't know, I'll look it up later. Or should I look up now? Because I am really... Hang on. I'm just too curious. I can't wait. Why is Bleach called Bleach? Yay, someone else asked the question on Reddit. I've seen all of the Bleach anime, every episode, and the movies, both OVAs and the live action. I've never seen an explanation for why it's called Bleach. I've heard the anime is called Bleach because Tite Kubo called the manga Bleach, but why did he call it that? Well, obviously. Obviously that... If the manga's called Bleach, why would the anime change the name? That's a stupid thing to point out. I don't know if his name's meant to be Tite or Tight. I'm going with Tite because Tight might be too silly. Tite Kubo wanted to call it Snipe when he first thought of giving them the Shinigami guns, but then changed it to Black, but he thought it was too simple. Then changed it to White to contrast Black, and finally decided for Bleach, which also means white. The reason it mirrors white is because the hollow inside Ichigo who reincarnated as Ichigo... What? It's the hollow inside Ichigo who reincarnated... Okay, so Bleach is just Ichigo's true self, since the blade is me and the blade is white, so Ichigo is white, hence white is Bleach. Wow, that was a bit of a journey to get to that definition. I'm glad there is a reason, but holy shit. We had to travel for that one. This poor man was like spinning a roulette wheel, throwing darts at a dartboard, trying to get a name that made sense to him. There's a couple of other attempts at wording it though here. He began looking for a title that grasped the bigger picture. Shinigami are associated with the color black, but it would have been boring to use black. White, on the other hand, can suggest black as a complementary color, so Tite used Bleach to evoke the impression of the color white. A lot of other people in the comments always assumed that the reason it was called Bleach is because the Shinigami cleanse souls. Hence, they bleach them. Like a play on words. It seems like most people assumed that was the reason, without knowing for sure. But the reason was a lot more basic than that. Well, that's interesting. So, what? Wait. Someone just posted "suddenly racist" in the comments. A link to a Reddit blog called "Suddenly Racist." I don't know what the hell that was about. Anyway. Speaking of suddenly racist, did you see the, it was very recent, so you might not have seen it, but did you see the post I made maybe like an hour ago in the YouTube thumbnails and comments thread on Discord? The comment the guy left under the Smash Brothers video? It's just a screenshot of someone's comment. It's an amazing example of just straightforward, unabashed racism. Like, Front Street. Not even as saying the quiet part out loud. Like, there is no quiet part. This guy is just like, gleefully and unabashedly, patriotically racist. But at Nintendo for some reason. It's too gross to read out loud, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay. We learned stuff about Bleach, yay. I'm gonna flip it to Zenless. Yeah, what is this trailer? Character demo. Uniform Shark Tail and Scissors for Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, the Shark Girl. The Shark Girl picture you posted in Discord. Right? I don't know, sexy Shark Girl. Oh my god, there's the tail. It's not a costume, she's a Shark Girl. That makes me a little uneasy. Not as uneasy as if she was a spider girl, like that is worst case scenario. She seems kind of timid. Oh my god, the tail doesn't even really make sense. The way the character design just kind of had it protruding from her skirt like that. And it's kind of like thick and chode-like in the middle. It's a bit trippy looking. She does have the crazy anime girl shark teeth, even though she doesn't seem to be acting like anime girls that I normally give those teeth to. No, wait, it's the one tooth, sorry. The anime girls that tend to act kind of crazy are the ones where they give that single sharp tooth to on the one side of their mouth. There's a term for it, I can't remember what it is. I don't really understand her personality. There's a lot of emoting and little cutscene hints as to how she interacts with other characters. Doesn't seem very shark-like. She's pretty aggressive in a fight, which makes sense. But that kind of like timid maid kind of introvert thing she does in the cutscene stuff, I'm like, really?
Let's go. Remember the store I mentioned?
The three of you can go without me.
Seriously? The more the merrier. Ow. Gotcha.
I didn't agree.
So she's a candy fiend?
In return.
No way. Mona was the one who bought this.
Sounds right. It's not like Ruby to save my pocket money.
Oh, good.
Don't expose me like that.
I feel like there should be more to this character. I don't know if I fully understand.
How?
They could have leaned more into the shark stuff. Like, I feel like her personality should come off less timid and more predatory. Because that's kind of the shark personality in a nutshell, right? It's quiet and slow and intense until it makes a move. You know what I mean? Like, it should be scary when it's seemingly doing nothing. Because you know it's waiting for its moment to do something. Also, her little obsession that they're hinting at there with the candy. That should be blood. She should be a rare steak eater. She should be obsessed with meat. Like all kinds of like meat luncheons and products. Especially raw cooked steak. Like not raw, rare. Like bloody rare. In fact, that's like the most iconic thing about sharks. Is that blood drives them nuts. Like when they smell blood in the water, sharks go into a frenzy. I feel like she should have some kind of like character trait like that. Like she should get triggered by blood. That'd be interesting. I mean, that'd be a good juxtaposition if you want to keep her being like a ironically timid and introverted like maid girl. That's like one of the softest spoken ones of the group. And like the quietest, softer spoken ones. But then at the smell of blood, she like goes batshit crazy. So she's got two modes basically, 0 and 100. There's no in between. Zenless. Is Zenless Zone Zero one of the free to play gacha game types? That was one of them, yeah. No money required for entry, but you can pump endless amounts of thousands of dollars into it if you want to score characters and free XP or whatever, or loot. That's what I've always assumed this is. I mean, all Hoyoverse stuff is that, right? Complete relevant events to obtain at most free pool 100, Boopon 8, yeah. That's some gacha right there. So I'm guessing she's one of the gachaable characters. Shark Girl. Hoyoverse is embracing the whole music company disguised as a game company meme. There's only one other company that fits that description, and that's Riot Games. League of Legends guys, aka Arcane and all that. I've always thought that about Riot, that they're actually like a wannabe music company that just ended up making games somehow by accident, and they just use that to pimp their music. They got lucky with League, and that keeps them rolling in the dough, so they can do all their other projects that they actually want to do. Alright, that's done. Okay. Of these showcases I'm going to do, I'll jump into Capcom first, since that's the most well-known one. Simple. But before I do that, there's one thing I wanted to do before I got into stuff tonight. I have it sitting on the side here. Who's a fan of Hellboy? This happened a couple of days ago. A lot of people did not know that this was happening, but there is another Hellboy movie that is so far along and has a trailer already. Hellboy the Crooked Man, which I believe is based on a popular run of the graphic novels called The Crooked Man. I picked that up in some comments somewhere. Possibly on Twitter. I've never read any Hellboy, so I can't say for myself, but apparently it's like it's a big deal story. But this supposed big deal story is being done as basically a cheap indie film. Since I guess no one wants to put any more money into Hellboy after Del Toro left, after his two, and after the last one with David Arbor seemed to crash and burn for whatever reason. When I say for whatever reason, I mean it wasn't a very good movie. I like David Arbor, but it was very unfair to put him in the Hellboy makeup and assume that we were just gonna be able to see Hellboy under that makeup and not just David Arbor cosplaying. It's just Ron Perlman really did the thing. Like, Ron Perlman was the perfect and the only casting anyone could imagine for Hellboy. Off rip. Like, they nailed that one out of the gate. So, unfortunately, David Arbor got given, like, a very bad situation. He was never going to be able to live up to that, as much as we all love him as an actor. Sad. Anyway. This is being roasted all over the internet, so I'm not expecting much. It's gonna do that indie fan film thing as well, of mostly taking place
Something in these hills.
in a bunch of forests where it's cheap to shoot.
Something haunted. Evil.
Ooh.
Smells like death.
Is that Hellboy? Okay.
How do you know that?
Dark things called dark things.
Oh lord.
I heard tales about him
It's
all
not
my
bad
life.
makeup.
Most just called him the Crooked
It's just
Man.
hard to not see cosplay if it's not fucking Ron Perlman. Ooh, it's all witchy.
We've got company.
All your friends, they all gonna die.
It's a very good shot of him there. The Crooked Man. Oh boy. I mean, they're doing their damnedest. You can't fault him for that. It's just, can anyone... Who is this actor? It's not the worst thing in the world, it's just... It's so hard to take Ron Perlman out of the equation. It's just, if it's not a man of his stature, there's just something about the shape of his head and his face. He's a larger than life looking man, so when you put the prosthetics on him, it just pops, right? I think the problem with David Harbour and this actor is that they feel like normal dudes that someone's caked some pretty decent Hellboy makeup onto. I don't feel the physicality and the stature and the chunkiness of Hellboy under that makeup, which is why you end up in the cosplay realm. Like when you put Ron Perlman under this makeup, his head and his face are, like he is a cartoon. He is a graphic novel character. It's thick. His proportions are thick. He's a chunky man. I heard that they're going for R rating with this, just like with the David Harbour one. Which may also explain why it looks so cheap. I mean, okay, in the realm of cheap indie films and fan films, right? This is not bad looking. This is on the upper end. There's some decent cinematography going on in this. Like, the crew came to play. They're trying to make a movie. So I feel like I'm going to be a little bit more positive about this. I came in negative, but I applaud everyone for doing their best. It's just, I'm worried for them because I just don't know how this is going to pan out. I don't know if, I feel like this is going to bomb. People have been spoilt with the original Hellboys in terms of the tone and the comic booky Guillermo del Toro-ness of them. Even though the David Harbour Hellboy was not a good movie, people were still spoiled by the budget and the gore on display at their attempts to make it R-rated. They did put some juicy stuff in there. The whole Baba Yaga sequence is kind of neat. And now we've reached cheap Evil Dead level filmmaking in a forest. We've gone backwards. If it's a good movie, it's still a good movie. You wouldn't be able to take that away from them. I just feel like even if it is actually a good film in terms of its take on telling a Hellboy story, I feel like regardless of the quality of the movie, it still looks like a film that's not going to sell tickets. It doesn't look like something that is going to make money. It's just, how do you market this to a general population that's going to look at it and go, eh? Or look at him and go, eh? That goatee looks a bit fake, to be honest. It'd be kind of funny now if I find out that that's actually his real goatee shaved down like that. I'd feel bad. Crooked man. Crooked man. Who made this? From renowned director, writer, producer Brian Taylor. Whoa, that is interesting. That is very interesting. What the fuck? Okay, if you didn't know, it actually does say Crank in the brackets here. Brian Taylor is one of the two-man directing team of Neveldine and Taylor that used to make movies together. Famous for the Crank films. They also made Gamer with Gerard Butler. And they made Ghost Rider's Spirit of Vengeance, the second Ghost Rider film with Nick Cage. Basically, they hit it big with two Crank movies that were essentially like perfect, schlocky, crazy B-grade exploitation nuttiness. People were like, hell yeah. For what this is some wild stuff. We enjoy this. And then every movie after that, they've kind of like been cratering. And I don't really know why. And I do feel kind of bad about it because they've got some energy, these guys. If you've ever seen the behind the scenes of how they work, they're two fairly young dudes that, like, when they need to get like a hectic guitar chase shot, for example, one of them will strap on rollerblades and will hold the back of the fucking taxi and will literally get pulled along doing the shot themselves, rollerblading through traffic with the camera. There are like whole scenes in that movie where one or the other of those two guys would be like rollerblading at high speed, getting the most nutty shots. They're interesting filmmakers. It's just, it's so tragic how their career seems to just been sliding ever since their opening success. Crank was great, but people weren't really feeling Gamer. It was an okay movie. It was still pretty schlocky, but people weren't feeling it as much as something like Crank. And then Spirit of Vengeance got panned, man. The fucking reviews rocked that movie. It's still kind of fun. Like, there's moments in Spirit of Vengeance where you can see the vision. The look of Ghost Rider is fucking great. Like, the fire is the most realistic we've ever seen on Ghost Rider ever. The way the black smoke billows off him, like it's like materials actually burning, was sick. Some of the action scenes and how they utilized, how would I put it? The supernatural trippiness of Ghost Rider. Like he's a literal possessed demon. He's kind of scary the way he moves in action scenes in that film. That was pretty cool. It got a little bit goofy at times when they tried to make it too surreal. There's that one scene where, like, you know, for example, he gets shot with an Uzi and then Hellfire spits the bullets back out. That was kind of cool. But then in that same scene, there's a moment where he gets hit by a grenade and is floating in midair and then stops and then spins around and then, like, this just weird shit happens. And it's like, I get they're going for some, like, weird, witchy Nosferatu supernatural shit with Ghost Rider, but there's a couple of moments that cross the line into goofiness where it just becomes funny because it's too strange. And I feel like maybe some of that was them spitballing with Nick Cage, because Nick Cage is the kind of guy that can do some crazy, schlocky, weird B-grade shit, and sometimes it's absolute kino. And other times it's like, oh god, sometimes you need someone to rein Nick Cage in and be like, well, we can't do that, because that's going to undercut the other stuff that's good. The Cobra thing I thought was interesting. There's some moments in Spirit of Vengeance where Ghost Rider is standing there at ease, I guess. Like the villains are all standing around and then waiting to see what he does. And he just stands there and he's just kind of swaying like a cobra. Like something that's possessed and hasn't been triggered to move yet. And it's just sort of eerie. And the second someone makes any kind of move, just all of a sudden he pops into action and does something fucking violent or crazy. Like, that was kind of a cool idea. It's just, it didn't all come together. They had great ideas and some pretty good vision for how to depict the character visually and through certain action beats. It's just the movie itself just didn't come together. There's a point where he pissed fire, which was kind of funny in the trailer, but in the context of the movie, it's like, oh, this is actually kind of dumb. I think this maybe undercuts the character a little bit. That's a shame. Oh, well. Well, I want to see Neville Dean. Neville Dean's not involved in this Hellboy movie. This is just Brian Taylor by himself. But I want to see both those guys make a comeback. I want to see both of them succeed somehow. They need to pull this train around. They did that Happy show on Netflix as well. Which is okay. But it's kind of nutty. Here's Brian Taylor's IMDb. Director. Yeah, Crooked Man. There's Happy. A short called Out. Mom and Dad. Spirit of Vengeance, Gamer, Crank. What is Mom and Dad? Is that the one with Nick Cage? Oh, it is the one with Nick Cage. Oh, it's the horror movie about the virus that makes moms and dads go fucking psycho and try to kill their kids. I don't actually know how that movie turned out. I never saw it, and I didn't hear any buzz or word of mouth about whether it was good or not. But that was Brian Taylor by himself, writing and directing. And he brought Nick Cage along after Ghost Rider. Interesting. Let me see what... I wonder why they split. Maybe they had a falling out or something. Neveldine and Taylor. Or maybe they acknowledged that working together wasn't working anymore. Like, it only worked with Crank. And their careers went downhill, so, like, let's just do our own things and see if we can figure this out, man. Neveldine. Crank, Gamer, Ghost Rider. So those 3 franchises in a row was those two guys together. They broke after that. Taylor went on to make the Mom and Dad horror movie, and now Hellboy. And Happy on Netflix. Neveldine broke away to make the Vatican tapes. A priest and 2 Vatican exorcists must battle with an ancient satanic force, save the soul of a young woman. Not actually written by Neveldine. So he didn't continue to write the stuff that he was directing. The other guy did. What else did he make? Panama. What the hell was that? 2022. Oh, holy shit. Mel Gibson. An ex-Marine hired by a defense contractor travels to Panama to complete an arms deal. Becomes involved in the US invasion of Panama. Learns an important lesson about the true nature of political power. Ooh, a political movie. Also with Cole Hauser. Ooh, how did that go? IMDb rating of 3.5 out of 10. Uh-oh. So neither of them have done particularly well since splitting up either. In terms of IMDb ratings alone, they're out of a 10, they're both clocking in under 5s. And he's currently working on The Olympians. A Chinese police officer and a Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighter band together to stop the deadly corruption inside the Olympic Games. Only to find that someone very close to them has been taken hostage. Holy shit. And he's written and directing this one. Okay, he's back to writing his own stuff again. That is hilarious. I'm going to save that synopsis real quick. I'm going to keep that. So their careers are still going. Each on their own. It's just neither of them are doing too well. Oh, Pathology, the movie about the students that at a university that are learning to become morticians. I've actually seen that movie. I think I have it on Blu-ray. That was written by Neveldine. But it was directed by Mark Schullerman. So Brian Taylor and Mark Neveldine wrote that together, but they just decided not to direct it, I guess. Funnily enough, all their movies clock under 5 on the 10 rating. The one movie they wrote but didn't direct, that they let someone else direct, is the only one that made it over 5. 5.9. Only just. Maybe they're slightly better writers than they are directors, but even then, it's not great enough. I feel like where they're at their careers right now, they're at a point where I don't think any major studio is going to give them chances anymore. Like, Marvel's not going to come knocking on the door to let them take a swing at some lesser-known character like they sometimes do with indie filmmakers. I feel like they've got enough of a track record of interesting mediocrity. Let's call it that. Neveldine also wrote the screenplay for Jonah Hex, which also didn't do well at all. That was they've touched comic books twice, Jonah Hex and Ghost Rider, and both times were on the very low end of success. I still do hope the best for them. Like, I like a success story like that. They're clearly underdogs. Because Crank was a cult hit. It's not like fucking... what do you call it? It's not like Citizen Kane kind of material. It just was a cult hit because it's fun. You can springboard from that into actually making something genuinely good. but they kind of went the opposite way. They went from cult hit, that's not good or bad, it's just fun, to kind of just making bad movies. It's like, wow. There was a small window of opportunity there, and they unfortunately missed it, and now it's very difficult to clamber back. At least they still have careers. They're still getting to make stuff. It's just... I feel like it's not impossible right now to actually, like, get back into, like, the big leagues. The closest they got to big leagues was Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance. I think that was the last chance. It's like, we're gonna lay you up one. All you gotta do is knock this out of the park, and you get to stay in the big leagues. This is your taste test, and it didn't work out. Who's he with? Someone pretty. Alison Lohman. Oh, she is pretty. What have I seen her in? Drag Me to Hell. Oh, she's the main character, Drag Me to Hell. He's dating her. Also, Big Fish. Urge. Vatican Tapes. He put her in his movie. Gamer. Beowulf. Oh yeah, she's been around. No wonder I recognized her face. Okay. Well, good luck. Good luck, Brian. Hopefully Hellboy turns out okay. But even if it does, I still think it's not gonna make money. And that's all studios are gonna care about. This movie gets good reviews, they're still gonna look at the money it made and go, nah. So sad. Longlegs got another trailer? Oh shit. Hang on, I gotta get onto these showcases. But just a sec. I've been hearing a lot about Longlegs, man. We saw the teaser on stream, and it was intriguing. And it, apparently has Nicolas Cage in it in some fashion, but people are saying it's one of the scariest horror movies that's come out in ages. You don't really get that from the teaser, to be honest, but the teaser was intriguing in a horror art film A24 kind of way. But then you hear the word of mouth and it's like, oh shit. This is popping off. Also, there's a new trailer out for, where is it? Trap. The M. Night Shyamalan movie. About the serial killer that gets, baited to take his daughter to that, arena concert, the Lady Gaga concert. I really want some more story from that. Alright. 2 more. And then Capcom Showcase. Because I need to see where this Longlegs thing is going. When did this trailer come out? 5 days ago? Hell yeah. Fresh. 10 letters written by the same hand. 10 houses, 10 families. Past 30 years. All of them have signed one word, Longlegs. This synopsis reads like one of those trashy... Blumhouse horror movies that are always getting such bad reviews. Like Truth or Dare, or The Bye Bye Man. That's what the synopsis reads like. It's kind of shocking that this has apparently turned out to be one of the best horror movies in ages.
Who's knocking on my door?
Oh, she's got a license to carry. Even when you have a license to carry, most people wouldn't just wander out into the darkness of the woods outside their house. Even with a gun, you'd be a little bit freaked.
Is it scary being a lady FBI agent?
Yeah.
It's scary being any FBI agent, regardless of gender.
A letter was left with the bodies. Signed with one word.
Longlegs? What the f... Is that a werewolf?
I saw a beast rise up out of the sea
Was...
with 7 heads.
Is that a werewolf running a shop?
And on his horns he
Mom.
wore 10 crowns.
The clerk that I'm trying to buy this candy off is
On
a
each
werewolf.
head was written a blasphemous name.
What aren't you telling me?
He'll kill.
So it's good
And kill
atmosphere.
again.
I know
The vibes are
you're
correct.
not afraid of a little bit of dark.
That's Nick Cage.
Because you are the dark.
Nick Cage in creepy mode. Creeper
Do you
Cage.
still say your prayers? Never once. They scared me. Hello?
I just realized what this reminds me of.
Could have made nice with me,
This reminds me of True Detective.
but you didn't. And now that has led to all of this. I'll be waiting.
That felt like the first trailer. Oh, whoops. Hit the mic. Why did that feel like the exact same trailer? I don't feel like that was any different. What? How long is this? 2:21? I guess you don't really have to do anything different with a trailer for this film. Long Lens, the end trailer. Official trailer. 2:21. 5 months ago, 1:25. So it's a slightly longer version of the trailer, essentially. It's most of it's felt the same though. I think they just added to it, rather than make a whole new, different vibe trailer. You don't really need anything else though, because really that does a really good job of selling it. It looks good. There's something to be said for the vibe of True Detective. There's something about potentially supernatural thriller tone in a FBI or CIA setting. Like a bunch of people investigating some weird outback deep south shit that you're not sure if it's just some twisted serial killer shit or if it's something actually supernatural. True Detective seemed to have nailed that vibe in a way that people didn't see coming, and it was famous for that. And now other things that kind of give off that same tone are like equally awesome looking. That's what they said they're going to go for with the Green Lantern TV show that they're doing. It's going to be like a buddy cop thing of two Green Lanterns that are stationed on Earth, investigating problematic galactic happenings in their corner of the universe. But I think they said they were going to go for like a True Detective for the DC universe kind of thing, which is pretty sweet. Except probably not as creepy or scary because, I mean, in that case, your FBI agents have Green Lantern ring powers, which makes them a bit OP. What's this end trailer? Only a minute long.
Is it scary being an FBI agent?
Best serial killer horror film since Silence of the Lambs, they said.
We have 10 letters like it.
It's big
For the
shoes,
past
man.
30 years. And all of them signed with one word. Long legs.
That noise is really unnerving. You know the one I'm talking about?
Kill again.
Not that one.
You could have made nice with me, but you didn't.
Put the gun down!
And now that has led to
I keep
all
hearing it in the
of
soundtrack.
this.
It kind of goes. What the hell is that noise? There, that right at the end. I think that was Nick Cage. Hang on. I need to see him. I don't know if that's him or not. That seems like that's probably the serial killer, though. Maybe it's Nick Cage with a bunch of facial prosthetics. Because his face looks kind of smooth and featureless like a doll. This guy might mutilate himself, and that's why he looks weird. Ooh, chills. Chills, chills, chills. I'd like to see that, please. Is that going to come out in theaters here in Australia? I might have to look into whether any of the art house cinemas are planning to get this. I noticed some of the art house cinemas are getting that new Yorgos Lanthimos movie, Something Happiness, with Emma Stone, that he made like directly after Poor Things. Creepy, man, creepy. It's kind of cool how a sound designer or a composer can come up with the weirdest, bizarrest sounds or like bites and like make it iconic. Just that weird noise that movie keeps doing already is like fused in my brain as like an iconic thing from this movie. Like when I think of this movie, I hear that sound. It's kind of incredible. All right. Sorry. I just obsessed over that for a little too long. Where is M. Night Shyamalan's new thing? Official trailer 2. There it is. Trap. With Josh Hartnett. 30,000 fans, 300 cops, 1 serial killer, no escape. Hashtag trap movie. You know what M. Night Shyamalan's good at doing? Unlike how we were just talking about Neville Dean and Taylor from the Ghost Rider trailer. Not Ghost Rider, fucking Hellboy Crooked Man. As an example of directors that started out here and just continuously bombed, M. Night is a true roller coaster of a director. Like, he'll make the biggest piece of shit, and then the next movie he knocks it out of the park. And then biggest piece of shit, and then knocks it out of the park. He goes between like, oh, this is great, what a twist, to, oh, this is trash, what a twist. As long as he keeps switch hitting like that, like if he stays in the bomb territory, then things will capsize very quickly. But the fact that he keeps on wrenching the car steering wheel back away from the wall at the last minute is kind of a feat unto itself. Like he's kept his career alive, just on the line, consistently for the longer than any other director I've seen. Like he should have died off a long time ago, but he just keeps steering that busted old jalopy back into the right lane. Right when you think he's about to crash it. Hopefully they give more details in this trailer, and it's not just a remix of the first one. Because we get it now.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay,
I gotta go serial kill someone, bye.
What's with all the police everywhere?
Josh Hartnett makes a pretty good serial killer, actually. He's got that everyman white guy look
Freaking nut job that
that
goes around chopping people up.
in public you don't think twice about, but
Here today.
has that cold, emotionless, like, oh, behind the closed doors, he's an absolute psychopath.
This whole concert, it's a trap. They're watching all the exits. They're checking everyone that leaves. There's no way to get out of here.
Who dat lady? Why is she being creep?
I've never felt this before. I feel out of control.
Oh shit, dude.
Shoot left.
He's cracking.
Where should I put her?
Thank you.
This individual that we're searching for won't panic. He's realized he can't get out. He's going to try to cause chaos.
Dad, what are you doing?
All you have to do is the opposite of what the police are talking about on the radio. Whatever they expect him to do, if he does something else, they can keep him guessing.
This dude is next level insane.
What's happening?
I think you're looking for me.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry. Sorry.
Holy shit.
How you all doing? You having
Right
fun?
through the SWAT team. Do they know he has a daughter? They must.
What's going on, Daddy?
They definitely do, because there's no reason they'd just assume he'd go to this
I can't get away.
teenage girl-friendly pop concert
stop.
by himself as a single
I'll just do this
adult
one
male.
last one.
Enjoy the rest of the concert.
That was a bit out of focus. Where's the focus puller on that one? Oh, it seems so good. Like, if I was a betting man, this feels like This feels like that occasional. This feels like that occasional Shyamalan hit. This feels like one of his rare home runs. I kind of want it to be solely because I would also like to see more success for Josh Hartnett. Because Josh Hartnett's great. He was in something recently that I didn't like. Not because of him. It was a Jason Statham movie, and I think it was by Guy Ritchie. The Armored Van movie. There was something very, like, leaning into toxic masculinity about that movie in a bad way. And when I say bad way, I mean in a very not self-aware way, where you're just kind of laughing at the movie a lot of the time. It's just kind of ridiculous. But Josh Hartnett plays a pretty, I guess you could say, like, kind of toxic cop character, and that he's kind of a dick and a coward, but he's one of the better realized characters in the movie. Where has Hartnett been? He's a very likable celebrity, very likable actor. But there's something about him that never popped off enough to become like a huge leading man or anything. He's always just a really consistent actor and presence. You can't help but like him. Oh, Josh. Hartnett. I am still intrigued if there's going to be more to this movie, though. Because you know what Shyamalan's like. Obviously, the fact that he's actually the serial killer, the guy taking his daughter to the pop concert, is not the twist. In a lot of other movies, that might have been used as a twist. But this is like Front Street. We know this going into the movie. So what else could he be possibly doing with this storyline to M. Night it up? How could you possibly turn the screws in the third act to change the status quo of what the story's doing in a way that makes you go, what a twist? Like, Shyamalan doesn't have to do that, but he is more prone to doing that than not. So if we were to assume that he's going to try and do something, my question is, what is it going to be? What's it going to do? What's it going to do if it comes for you? He's a bad boy. Prime Video India? That John... Okay, no, don't get distracted. Wait, too late. I'm distracted. Childish Gambino. I've heard about this. Childish Gambino has a movie coming out called Bando Stone in the New World. And Donald Glover himself uploaded it to his own YouTube channel. This is it here. Yeah, this is Donald Glover's own YouTube channel. Who is this film with? Event tickets, New Zealand, United States. Is that it? Just New Zealand and 3 places in the United States? Motherfucker. What is the deal with this movie? Bando Stone in the New World featuring an original motion picture soundtrack by Childish Gambino. Did he write and direct this? I need to know more before I watch this. Hang on. Sorry, this will be the last one. I promise. Donald Glover takes on the role of Bando Stone, a singer-turned-mailman stumbling into a post-apocalyptic world, and then teaming up with a woman and daughter to fight prehistoric creatures. What the fuck? What the hell? Hang on. It's an upcoming 6th studio album by Donald Glover, which doubles as the soundtrack for the upcoming film with the same name. So it's a soundtrack film movie tie-in made alongside each other. Potentially in the same way as Moonwalker. How Michael Jackson developed the Moonwalker album in conjunction with the film. That was basically just an excuse to stitch all the music videos together into a movie format. Why doesn't it say who's directing it? That's weird. Okay, wait. IMDb. Maybe it's Donald Glover himself. It is. Directed by Donald Glover. It's his own movie. He made the album and directed the film together. But it's written by Evie Wilder. Who the fuck is Evie Wilder? A writer of only this movie. Nothing else. No other IMDb credits. The hell did she come from then? Does anyone know who Evie Wilder is? I was shocked to see that Bando Stone in the New World wasn't written by Glover or his brother. The trailer has his sense of dialogue and narrative written all over it. Tried to look up Evie Wilder. Couldn't find any information. Someone's assuming it's a pen name for Malia Obama. It was said for a long time that she was working with Donald Glover on a movie. One of the Obama daughters? Oh, she already made a film with him in Sundance last year. So that was something different. Anyway. So she's a nobody that no one knows anything about. Just came out of nowhere to write a Donald Glover movie. What the fuck? How does this happen? I bet she's just a close friend of his and he's throwing her a bone to get into the Hollywood industry.
Hello?
Chicken. Get that. If it's the apocalypse, you need the food.
Hello? Mail?
I like Donald Glover's look in this.
Don't move. Who are you?
It's me, Bando Stone.
The singer? Starlight? Let's make it happen, Party Monkey. It's not truth or dare.
Why did his musician character
You don't know who I am. That's fine.
become a postman?
I can help you. We have to get to the other side of the island. We can only move in the daytime.
It's a little slow. Why not at night?
Because that's when everything comes out.
They look very clean for
Creepy, but that's
post-apocalypse survivors.
Can you shoot?
Oh, there are straight up dinosaurs.
What? Can you hunt?
No,
Do you know how to fish?
no.
Do you
What
know
the
how
hell
to
is
set a
that?
trap?
I can sing.
You're useless.
I want to know what the lasers are. They keep showing glimpses of these laser lights in the darkness. Yo, what the fuck is that?
We gotta go.
That's actually pretty damn cool.
I'm fine.
Maybe that's how he got to the future. He was delivering mail and he got laser light teleported to the apocalyptic future. Doesn't seem terribly alarmed a lot of the time. He just seems confused, but is kind of just going along with shit. Hang on, I'm going to keep that on the side. I need to talk to people about that later. That is very interesting. I'm keen to see how that goes down, though. I want to know what Childish Gambino's like as a director. I mean, his Atlanta show, that he has a large hand in, is very good. So what's he like at science fiction filmmaking? They didn't really pimp the soundtrack at all in that trailer, did they? Even though, like, part of the existence of the movie is an excuse for the tie-in soundtrack that he made alongside with it. Interesting. Maybe he wants the movie to stand on its own 2 feet and not be looked at like a Moonwalker type excuse to stitch a bunch of music videos together. Because a lot of there's a bunch of movies that did that back around the Moonwalker era, between the 80s and the 90s specifically. Daft Punk had one, that anime, Interstellar. I've got that on DVD. It's pretty cool. But nobody does that anymore. The only modern example of that I can think of is Metallica, Into the Never. With, what's that kid's name? He's a good actor, but I haven't seen him in anything for a little while. He was in Chronicle. Dane DeHaan. Yeah. It's like a concert movie where it cuts between the concert and this ongoing story of Dane DeHaan trying to get to the concert, but fighting like rebels and rioters in the streets. It's a bit of a trip. Where did Dane DeHaan go? Dane? What happened to you, my boy? Last thing I remember him doing was being Green Goblin in the Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans. Wait. Oh, he's in heaps. He's going to be in McCarthy, Tiger, American Primeval, and War Driver coming up soon. Dumb Money. I didn't even know he was in Oppenheimer. Holy shit. The Staircase, Lizzie's Story, The Stranger, 000, The Kid, Boxcar Children, Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets. That is actually the last thing I saw him in. Okay, 2017. Interesting movie. Makes a better trailer than a movie. Kind of like Sucker Punch. Although the opening sequence to David Bowie, peak cinema. And Cure for Wellness, the Lovecraftian-ish kind of horror movie. I've seen that as well. That was 1 year before Valerian. I've also seen Life when he played James Dean. I saw that at a an indie theater. There's Metallica Through the Never. There's Spider-Man 2. Fuck, the Andrew Garfield movies are older than I thought they were. That was a decade ago that he played a Harry Osborn in Spider-Man. He's done so much since then that I totally forgot about. The Devil's Knot. That's a true story about those the Memphis 3 or Memphis 4, about the teenagers that were like goth kids that got blamed for a bunch of murders in this southern country town, and they got put in prison for life. And then throughout the course of like the next few decades, the case evolved to show that it was probably a bunch of God-fearing conservative adult fathers and uncles that were actually behind the child murders, and that it got pinned on the goth kids because a bunch of conservatives don't trust no goth kids. They see them as devil worshippers. I mean, they were weird kids, so they didn't actually make their case any better just by being, weirdos. But that's not illegal. Place Beyond the Pines, that was good as well. Holy shit. And he was in Lincoln. Kill Your Darlings. He's had a pretty decent career. I can't even remember him being in True Blood, to be honest. I've watched the whole of True Blood too. Okay. Done being distracted. It's time. It's time to jump on some showcases. Sorry, I kept on bouncing from new trailer to new trailer. There's just some interesting shit that kept popping up. Hello, Capcom. Sorry, Capcom Next Summer 2024. A 25-minute live stream sharing the latest info on 3 Capcom titles. You did an entire Capcom Next showcase for 3 games? Oh my god. I'm gonna regret watching this, aren't I? Ooh, countdown. Capcom in the house, y'all. Let me guess. Monster Hunter is going to be one of them. Maybe some Resident Evil shit. And the third is, I guess, a wild card.
Welcome to Capcom Next.
Maybe Street Fighter.
2024. Today we'll be giving updates on 3 titles. Dead Rising is back from the dead with a deluxe remaster. Check out this and other games from Capcom this summer. But
Wait,
first,
Dead Rising
we'd like
is one
to
of the
tell you
things?
about this title.
Really? I could have sworn it was going to be Monster Hunter, Street Fighter, and Resident Evil. 3 of their bigger franchises. But they're leading with Kunitsugami. The game that has confused me every single time I've watched the trailer for it. Because who knows what the fuck is going on.
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess will launch on July 19th, 2024. We're excited for
Is
you to
dancing
immerse
one of the
yourself
fighting
in
styles? Because that's pretty sweet.
Japanese-inspired setting. The innovative gameplay combines elements of both action and strategy games.
And cooking games, and rhythm games, and lawn mowing simulators.
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is set on Mount Kafuku, which has been covered by defilement.
Ew.
When the sun sets, the
That gate had a
sinister
ribcage.
sea emerge to attack the mountain. During the
This
day,
game is
you'll
too
explore
unique.
The villages. Help fix the broken contraptions and purify the villagers.
I like this stuff.
Then you'll be able to give the villagers
This is the stuff that
roles
intrigues me.
and choose where to place them.
When it's just running around doing
Use your daylight time wisely.
DMC, like,
The game will test the player's
crowd fighting,
decision-making abilities.
I'm like, yeah, alright. Action
During the
game
night phase,
with
the
weird
Seath attack
art
the
style
villages.
shit. That's
Fight
fine.
with the protagonist's So's
Don't really care,
graceful
though.
sword attacks.
Dime a dozen.
Issue commands
This
to the
stuff looks
villagers,
dope.
helping you to protect the maiden Yoshiro.
I like this, like, village building up,
The
RTS,
player
tower
repeats
defensey
this
type shit.
day-night cycle and purifies villages with Yoshiro
Commanding
to bring
villagers
peace back to
to
the
defend
mountain.
different routes, that kind of stuff.
The Seath attack the villages in many different forms. Getting help from the villagers is essential to make it through the wide array of challenges presented.
So many of these creatures are vagina-esque.
Upgrade
Like a
villager
combination
roles
of
to
a
give
vag and a
yourself more
plant.
support. You can freely reset upgrades and redistribute them to other roles. Customize the roles however you want.
What is with these
You'll
outfits?
also be able to upgrade So as you
I don't
play
like the
through
masks. That mask is
game.
kind of
Upgrade
cool.
attacks, unlock archery, and use
But most of them
skills
just
to
look
summon
weird.
The villagers. There are a variety of elements that can be upgraded. Combine So's upgrades with abilities from Tsuba Guards and Mazo Talismans. Expand the strategies and actions the player can take. Work effectively with the
Okay.
villagers and guide Yoshiro as you purify the villages.
It's kind of Pikmin-esque.
Next,
When they're
take a
showing
look at
you,
this.
when you're showing the strategy sequences with the villagers. Oh, a demo. Yeah, no thanks. My years of playing demos are behind me. We've moved on from that. As a bygone era. I just want games now. Just give me the game. Konotsugami. Path of the Goddess. It is a Game Pass
The
day
demo
one,
version
I think.
will be available from today. You can play
So
part of
technically,
the
the
main
day it
story
comes
in a
out, I
demo
could play it if I
version,
wanted
and
to.
there's no limit on playtime.
Just don't know if
or
I want
the
to.
number of times you can play. We're excited for you
Whoa.
to experience this
That was cool.
unique combination of action and strategy.
Just stand in front of the demon portal and just go nuts.
We also have a new announcement.
Use the Lisa Simpson windmill arms technique. If you come out the portal, it's your fault. Oh my god, what? Explain yourself, game?
To celebrate the demo
Where?
version, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess will have a collaboration with the 2006 action-adventure hit Okami.
God, I love Akami.
Collaboration costumes for the main character, So,
Ah.
and the maiden Yoshiro.
Ah.
There will be collaboration weapons, and we have collaboration music in the game as well.
Hmm.
In order to celebrate
So it's
the
Akami
Kunitsugami
themed
Path of the
outfits,
Goddess
weapons,
demo,
and music.
we're having a special
I was hoping that
festival.
like the Akami wolf would be in the game as a summon or
One
something.
of the themes of Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is working with others to achieve a goal. If enough players work together and try the demo version, We will include the Okami collaboration
Oh, you son of a
items
bitch.
as a free title update on release day.
They're
for
holding the
everyone who
Okami collab
purchases a
stuff
copy of the
hostage
game.
unless enough people play the demo.
For details, please see
Yeah,
our
nah,
website
no
and
thanks.
social media accounts.
Not getting me playing any demos.
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is available for pre-order. The Mazo talismans for So and a mini art book are included as pre-order bonuses. Check out the demo version, available today.
No, I will not. Even if you dangle Okami in my face. Just make an Okami, man. Make Okami 2. Let's see another Okami game with
up,
next gen.
A new look for some fan
With a next
favorites.
gen engine.
Want the inside scoop on the recently revealed Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster? We've put together an exclusive top-secret program full of undead mayhem. Join us as we sit down with key development team members from each title to unearth the secrets of Dead Rising and the new look for Resident Evil 7.
What does Dead Rising and
First,
Resident Evil 7 have
take
to
a
do with
look
each
at the
other?
trailer.
I'm really confused where they're going with this. Is this RE7? No. This is Dead Rising. So they're remastering Dead Rising 1, yeah? Is that necessary when Dead Rising 4 was technically Dead Rising 1 again? Just set at Christmas?
The whole world's gonna know it in 3 days.
That goofball. Dead Rising is a cool franchise.
What?
It's very Capcom though. There's something very gamey about it.
Those ain't zombies. What would you call them?
But in a wacky kind of, let's just go nuts on impressively sized crowds of zombies. It is unique. I want to see her in next gen. Show more of her in next gen. What's her name? Isabella? Nice. This man moves and fights in ways he shouldn't with his body type. That wasn't the balls. There's only two things that... Oh my god. There's two things that are amazing about Dead Rising. The engine behind creating the zombie hordes, because there's so many zombies. Very few games have accomplished the amount of zombies this game has. With the possible recent exception of World War Z.
You may be thinking,
And the
"That
Psychopaths.
looks like a full-on remake." We
The
had the same
Psychopaths are
thought,
really fun.
So we spoke with 3 key staff to get to the bottom of this deluxe remaster. We began our investigation with
Like, they go
director
really all out
Yosuke Murai.
on designing the most, like, whacked out
Well,
psychopath bosses.
Actually, it wouldn't be an
And they just get more
exaggeration to
interesting
call
from
this
game to game.
A remake, considering the work we put into it. Before we could even ask a question, Murai was giving us the inside scoop about the game.
Before we could even ask a question, Mirai just started telling us TMI stuff about his own personal life. We don't care. We want to know about the game. What the hell's Mirai's problem?
Allow the game to run at 4K,
Shut up, Mirai.
60
Tell us about Dead Rising.
FPS.
We want to hear about Frank West.
We've also made quite a few quality of life improvements, like the ability to move while aiming. As well
I
as
can't even
other
remember that
adjustments
not
to
being a
make
thing in the
controlling
original game.
Frank
That's
more
crazy.
intuitive. Thanks to popular demand, we've
Imagine having a
added an autosave
third-person game
feature
with guns in this
and
day and age where you
fine-tuned
couldn't
the
move
user
while
interface.
aiming.
The game will be fully voiced in 9 languages, with text in 14, giving more players around the world a chance to enjoy characters' dialogue. We've also made some improvements to NPC
Oh, good.
behavior that we hope will
That
make
was a very
surviving the
important thing for him
zombie
to point out.
apocalypse with all the colorful characters
Because the
that much
NPCs
more
in Dead
enjoyable.
Rising have been one of the worst things about this game.
That sounds like a complete overhaul. It makes me wonder if the game's main concept is
There's
still
such an
intact.
emphasis in Dead Rising
If
on
you've played
finding
the
and
original,
collecting
rest
NPC
assured
survivors
that
and
its
saving
core
them.
remains unchanged in this deluxe
So the fact that they were all
remaster. We did our
completely
best to
brain dead
respect
and
the
often get
direction of
themselves
the
killed
original game. We kept the fundamental
infuriating.
gameplay the same while improving upon the user experience. With this, we believe that both veterans and newcomers alike will be able to enjoy a fresh experience. Our goal
Don't
was
remember
to
her.
ensure that today's players would
Yeah, so Dead
experience
Rising
the same
4
shock
was
players
basically
felt when
returned to the
original
same
game
mall
was released.
during Christmas.
We
It's the only one I
believe
haven't
we
played
accomplished
though.
this goal with Dead
So I
Rising
don't know what
Deluxe
happens in it.
Remaster. We
But I
hope
think
that
I remember
everyone
reading a
will give it
synopsis
try.
where he actually has now contracted the zombie
Unable to get
virus
any
and he's on a time
definitive
limit.
answers out of director Murai, we gave art director Satoshi Takamatsu the third degree. It turns out he had ambitions of his own for this project. Because the original came out 18 years ago, there were
The original's
many
graphics are
limitations
very
during development.
smooth and porcelain.
Thanks to nearly 2 decades
This
of
fucking pan up they keep
technological
showing.
advancements, we were able to accomplish a lot that couldn't be done back then.
You're looking at that girl, boy.
For
Yes.
example, Resident
Here's
Evil,
I am. What are you gonna do about it?
Capcom's other zombie franchise, focused on quality over quantity. Dead
Let's go
Rising took a
come on.
different approach.
Quantity.
The goal was to pack as many zombies as possible into that huge
Yeah, and draw
shopping
distance too.
mall. This meant
Dead
each
Rising 3 was like the
individual
pinnacle
zombie
of
wasn't as
the amount of
polished
zombies they could
as
put on
we would've
screen.
liked. However, this time around, we were able to focus on quality as well. As the art director, I couldn't be more pleased that we were able to apply high-end modeling and production to both the main
Psychopaths
character
are so
Frank
good.
and all of
Can
the
we see
NPCs.
the new versions
Of course,
zombie
another
amounts,
critical
please?
aspect of Dead Rising that we have to address
Oh, that looks
is
nice.
the shopping mall setting. In the original game, the Willamette Parkview Mall is made up of several areas, like Entrance Plaza and Paradise Plaza.
Oh, they're gonna
each with
make
its
it
own
one big
unique
open world.
characteristics.
No loading, yeah?
We've taken these designs and evolved them even further by adding real-time lighting and shadow effects, so that each location takes on a different appearance, depending on the time of day.
Maybe not. Maybe it's still got like separation with loading
That's how
screens.
much detail we've put into this project. For character animations, we tried to limit
I can turn this up a bit,
unnecessary
hang on.
changes and use the original data as much as possible, especially during action
better.
scenes. We could have made them more realistic with today's tools. But we
Oh, damn.
want to preserve the unique and comical movements that made the original Dead Rising so special.
Well, that's fair. I'm not going to complain about that. It does have a tone that it has to adhere to.
Takamatsu was finally giving us the info we were looking for. However, we couldn't stop there. We had to know why this is called a deluxe remaster. To do that, we tracked down the game's producer and managed to get his account. I think Dead Rising is a unique game with extremely tight game design, even by today's standards.
Todd.
However,
Todd just standing there
we
with half
also
a health
knew
bar, not
the
helping.
original game was
Typical
released
Todd move.
18 years ago, and that improvements were needed to reach a modern audience. That's why we focused on improving playability, in addition to overhauling the graphics.
Carlito's
This
shooting the
game
shit out of you, dude.
truly
Oh, he's
deserves the
using
title
his barrels
of
as shields. I
Deluxe
didn't even notice
Remaster.
that.
Its unique game design allows it to stand
I didn't know you could
apart
do
from
that.
other zombie games. It feels fresh even today.
What if that works with
Morimoto
all
took
large
a moment
objects?
to compose himself before divulging something terrifying.
Oh my god. I'm dying of cancer.
Here at Capcom, we're no strangers to zombies. But this game takes it to another level. With a wry smile on his face, Morimoto took out his phone and showed it to us. And there it was,
Oh, shit.
Resident Evil 7, in a form we never imagined.
Wait, what's
Capcom
happening?
is thrilled to bring its third Resident Evil title to the iPhone 15 Pro and other Apple devices.
Third?
The game has been optimized greater than ever before to
What?
ensure the best
Wait, what did-
possible RE experience.
Hang on.
As with Resident Evil Village and RE4, using a controller like the DualSense, or a mobile controller that attaches directly to the phone.
This is RE7,
allows for a
yeah? Why did he say
surprisingly
the
comfortable
third?
gameplay experience.
This narrator's
That
confused the
being
shit out of me.
said, when playing on a mobile device without
Yeah, this
a
is straight up
controller,
RE7.
we felt the standard virtual controller
On iPhones.
just didn't cut it.
How the fuck?
So the development team took it upon themselves to optimize the touch controls for Resident Evil 7 on iOS.
There ain't no
One
way
of the
I'm
biggest
playing this
challenges
game
we
like this.
faced was implementing the
This is
auto-fire
impressive
feature.
that they did this,
You can
though.
enable this setting so
'Cause
that
I can't
your weapon
imagine
fires
RE7 running on
automatically
an
when
iPhone.
aiming at an enemy.
But there it
making
is.
Much easier to play without the use of peripherals.
I still would never play it this way, but
The early Resident Evil games also
Like,
had auto-aiming. Despite
I mean,
the
applause
differences
for
in
pulling it
specs,
off.
Morimoto
I'm
wasn't
sure someone
willing
out
to
there's gonna do
compromise
it,
on
gonna play it.
usability. With Apple's help, he was able to take on new challenges that prioritized the immersive experience. The menu, options, and inventory are now all touchscreen compatible, allowing for a more intuitive experience. The first part of the game is free to play. Resident Evil 7 is guaranteed to be frightful fun. If you have a compatible device, we highly recommend checking it out to see what you think. Since its release in 2017, Resident Evil 7 has sold 13 million copies. Now it's available in a new form on Apple devices. Up next, a confession from Koshi Nakanishi, the director behind the classic. Resident Evil was, well, if I'm being honest, as a brand, we were off track. And legendary director
What does that mean?
Yoshinori Kawano discloses the secret origin of Dead Rising. I feel like Dead Rising is the classic zombie game.
no, Resident
In
Evil
second
is the
half of
classic
program,
zombie game.
we'll
You just
learn
showed it.
previously untold stories about how the games
What does
were
he mean
developed.
by they were off track? That seemed very negative, but he didn't really explain himself.
Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster will have an emergency digital launch for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, Xbox
An
Series
emergency
S, and Steam on
digital
September
launch?
19th.
Why is it an emergency?
The Dead Rising Deluxe
just
Remastered Digital
using
Deluxe
words
Edition
now.
will include additional costumes and mall background music, and will be available with the
Holy
regular
shit,
version
look at the
on September
silhouettes.
19th.
One of them is like Aquaman.
Dead
One of his
Rising
costumes
fans
is a fish
shouldn't
man.
miss the Dead Rising Original Pack, included as a pre-order bonus.
Are they going to remaster Dead Rising 2? They don't,
Pre-orders
need,
are
they, don't,
available
they don't need to
starting
remaster
today.
3 and 4 because they're next gen. That was Xbox One and onwards. You could still do 2.
Welcome to the family, son.
It's interesting that they're doing that with Dead Rising, but I think the more alarming news has been this random. He just dropped this in the middle of the Dead Rising conversation. Oh, by the way, Resident Evil 7's on my phone. You impressed? Hey, I'm impressed. I don't want to play it, but I am very impressed. I'm gonna pat you on the shoulder. Keep doing good work. Where's Resident Evil 9? Actually, take your time, because I have not gotten to 8 yet.
How did Capcom's two major
I'm dragging
zombie
my feet a
games,
bit.
Dead Rising and Resident Evil 7, come to be made in the first place? We interviewed the directors of both titles to learn more about the games. First, we have Koshi Nakanishi, the distinguished director of Resident Evil 7. Follow along as he shares previously undisclosed information about the game's origin. When we first started development,
it's a very good game.
Resident Evil was...
I put on phone.
Well, if I'm being honest, as a brand, we
You
were
play.
off track.
You give money.
The action element had been expanded, and fans reacted much more negatively than expected. In the end, an RE game
You
has
give
to be
money?
scary.
Please.
So
No.
we took another look at it.
I'll give you money
And the general
for
consensus from fans
Resident
of
Evil
the
8
series
on
was that a
PSVR
Resident
2.
Evil game is one that should scare the hell out of you. That was the starting
seems
point
neat.
for Resident Evil 7.
Can they do a
I played
remaster of
Resident
7?
Evil from the beginning. And those early
I know it doesn't
games
really
were
need
terrifying.
remastering, but
I was excited
I
to
mean,
try
like,
and make Resident Evil 7 into a game that
make a
would live
good
up to
VR
the
port
RE
of
name.
7. Not just one where you
The
still play with the
fear-inducing
controller and you just happen to
Resident
be in
Evil
VR.
that Nakanishi was after
Do what
had a major
I want
impact upon
them
its
to VR
release.
7 the way they VR
But
to
the course
VR to
that he
8.
chose was far from the path of least resistance. In order to make a fear-focused Resident Evil, many elements of the game had to be re-evaluated from scratch. Like the setting, characters, the game system. Anything that didn't induce fear had to change. And sometimes we threw the whole thing out.
Wait, what?
And in order to make it scarier, we decided to go with a first-person point of view.
It already was first
Up
person.
to that point, RE had been third-person perspective with the character on the screen. But
I don't really understand
the
if it doesn't instill fear, it gets thrown out. You do need there to be downtime where it's not scary, so the bits that are scary actually are more impactful. So I'm not entirely in agreement with what he was suggesting
exactly
there.
what we were trying to accomplish. How did Kawano perceive the target audience for this game? We weren't sure whether to target a casual or core audience. However, we trusted management's concepts and made what we thought would be fun. Kawano had a range
man
of
seems really
experience directing
negative
Mega Man
about
Legends and Breath of Fire,
all of this
and he was confident in
randomly.
this new genre.
I mean, it's, I guess, refreshing.
We wanted to put the main
That
character
you're not just getting
somewhere
like
that was
marketing
overrun with
promo
zombies.
bullshit from the creators. He's actually kind of like
Most
being a bit
games
self-critical.
might ordinarily make their main character
just general
a cop
attitude.
or a soldier, a badass, decked out in gear, ready for the situation. But we thought going in that direction
It's just weird that they keep switching
would
between talking
dilute
about
the
Resident
madness
Evil and talking about Dead Rising.
unpredictability of the zombie outbreak.
These are very different things. The tone couldn't be more off.
So we made him a journalist. We focused the story on him being
Hey, creamy
trapped
treats.
in a place full of zombies, trying to escape.
Oh, wait,
and
I need a
rescuing
creamy treat right
survivors
now,
along
actually.
the way,
Good point.
so that they can all make it out together.
I have more caramel cheesecake milk chocolate. I'll pop one of
Kawano
these.
faced challenges during development. It's clear, though, that he still has the same passion for
Oh,
the
damn,
game.
that's good.
In terms of the narrative,
Sorry I can't
there's a zombie
share my
outbreak.
creamy treats.
We wanted the player to encounter people
It'll
trying
melt
to
before I
escape,
send it in the mail
and
to you.
others who have become a bit unhinged, making them feel like they're trapped in the outbreak. On the development team, we all felt like it was a fun game, but others who saw the game were kind of taken aback. Some even asked whether it was okay to make a game that was so violent.
Really? They said that about Dead
For a
Rising?
second, we started to doubt ourselves.
Have you seen gaming? Dead Rising ain't
Such
shit.
an innovative project was bound to grapple with internal friction. But Kawano had a trump
There are
card
people
to
at
play,
Capcom that are
fan expectations.
completely like...
We previewed
They just don't have their
it at a
finger on the
game
pulse,
show
I reckon.
and got mobbed. Players loved that you could use a parasol to kill zombies or put buckets on their heads. That's
Like,
when I knew we'd done
people
it.
at Capcom, higher-ups, producers saw this.
I still can't say
and
whether
were like, why is
was
it so
targeting
violent?
core or casual
Dude,
players.
you
but
guys make Resident
everyone
Evil.
loves zombies, and being able to mess around with them in so many ways. I thought people in Japan and abroad would all like the game.
Yeah, it's Goof Troop. It's fun.
However, RE4, a game without zombies, was released the year before. Was Dead Rising trying to dethrone the RE franchise?
This is a weird segment.
I think that makes Dead
This
Rising
entire
one of
segment
the
about Dead
classics.
Rising and Resident Evil
Also, I think
and the
anything
interviews
with
that they're doing.
zombies
I'm
needs
like,
a sense of humor.
where is this going?
A zombie outbreak is a disaster, but I think you need to laugh too. If there are laughs, you can have some tears as well. Resident Evil, on the other hand, is cooler. The main characters are very cool.
If Frank West is not
Kawano's
exactly cool, he's
continued
kind of a
passion
knob.
for the game was evident from his intensity.
But he's funny.
Shinji Mikami made the Resident Evil games, so of course they have a sense of humor. Giant dolls appear and walk around. But I think we really filled Dead Rising with a ton of ridiculous stuff.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a clear answer to that question, in the
Go,
context
Frank, go.
of this program, I think
The original
it's
gaming
fair to say
crossdresser.
that Dead Rising is the classic zombie game. A lot of people played the game when it first came out, but it wasn't the easiest to play. Now that it's been made a little more accessible, I'm excited for those who didn't play or couldn't finish to have another chance. Each of the directors had different experiences, but we'd like to salute both for their innovative contributions. And finally, we managed to draw out an intriguing bit of information from director Nakanishi. We'll let him have the final comment. We're making a new Resident Evil. It was really difficult to figure out what to do after 7.
So are we
But I
now
found-
talking about Resident Evil 8
and
or
to
are we
be
talking
honest,
about 9?
It feels substantial. I can't share any details.
Oh, they're talking
just
about
yet,
9.
but I hope you're excited for the day I can.
Okay, they're doing something. They got something cooking. That's all we get about Resident Evil 9.
Here's a
It
quick
exists, we're
roundup
doing
of
it.
the games we
It's gonna be
introduced
great.
today that will be launching soon. Kunitsugan,
Oh God,
Path
we've
of
seen
the
this already.
Goddess, launches on July
You
19th,
started the whole video with this.
2024. Try out the demo today.
Move on.
Next,
Is this a
we have
summary? Are we
Resident Evil
recapping?
7
What's going on
Biohazard,
here?
Which will be
Oh,
available
this show's
for
ending.
iPhone, iPad, and Mac. You can play the
So,
opening section
the
for
only
free.
things we looked at in this entire showcase
And finally,
was a
18
Dead
years
Dead
after
Rising
the original
remaster,
release, we have the original
Resident Evil 7
zombie
coming to
paradise
iPhone,
action game, Dead Rising
and that
Deluxe
random ass
Remaster.
Katsumi whatever
This is more than your average
game.
remaster. This is a deluxe remaster, and we hope you're excited. Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, and Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster are
I feel like
available
this is
for pre-order.
not enough content to have a showcase. These are like these are fairly interesting
today. Thanks
headlines,
for watching.
reveals, but not good enough to make a showcase out of. They've got no more Dragon's
Play up to
Dogma
2 hours of
stuff to talk
Dragon's
about,
Dogma
which
2
used to
during
be in
our
every
limited time
showcase.
free trial campaign.
Good lord, did I get
Saved
tired of
data
seeing
from
it.
the trial can be transferred when purchasing the full version of the game.
I hate it when a game looks
Venture
good,
forth
but
and
the
get a taste
over-marketing of it
adventure
makes you
set
tired of it.
within a fantasy world.
It's unfortunate.
Now, moving on to Capcom Summer Sale. Dragon's Dogma 2 and Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy are on sale for the first
I
time.
did see Dragon Dogmas 2 had a
Also
sale on it,
check
but it
out
wasn't a
Street
very
Fighter
good
6,
sale.
celebrating its first
Still pretty
anniversary.
expensive.
Monster Hunter titles and other popular Capcom games. Be sure to check out the Monster Hunter Anniversary Packs, available for a limited time on Steam. Here are the titles you can pre-order now. Please visit the official websites for details.
So that is the entirety of Ace Attorney? No, it's just investigations. So like Edgeworth and stuff. Fair enough. I think there's
And
3 of
finally,
them.
Don't forget to wish
But I've only played
Monster
2.
Hunter Wilds, the latest title in the Monster Hunter series.
I'm shocked they didn't talk about Monster Hunter Wilds in a Capcom showcase. That's crazy. That'd be like a year ago if they did a showcase where they didn't talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. Is this why Capcom Next wasn't part of Summer Game Fest? Because they didn't really have fuck all to talk about. They still felt the need to run their own showcase, regardless. But I don't know, maybe they shouldn't have bothered. They could have just released 3 separate trailers for each of those things they talked about, just for us to go, oh, okay, neat. Fucking Resident Evil 7 on a phone. Just 60-second trailer. Oh, a remaster of Dead Rising 1. 60-second trailer. That Knutzy whatever, that's got plenty of trailers. We just put out a launch trailer. It's coming soon. To save you time, the new game Knutzy, Resident Evil 7 iOS port, Dead Rising remaster. That's it. It's kind of how I felt. Where is Code Veronica Remake? Thank you, Donkaz9592. I can't believe they went straight to remake Resident Evil 4 and we didn't get a Code Veronica. God, that game was cool. I've got nostalgia berries for that. That was a Dreamcast purchase for me. Right in the middle of my Dreamcast era. Good times, man. I miss those days. That was lame. If you're going to do another Capcom show, please have stuff to show. Because that was goofy, man. Alright. This one intrigues me. I don't think I've ever watched a showcase from this, but it's Games Baked in Germany 2024. That's what it's called. So it's a focus on German game developers. Aims to showcase the diverse range of German games available to a global audience. Just German studios. This is probably going to be similar to the Summer Game Fest Latin American one that we watched, which was okay. They couldn't find a better name for this. Wait, what? Games baked in Germany. Oh, he's... Okay. He's talking about the whole World War II Nazi killing Jews in giant gas chambers. Hence the use of the name baked in Germany. That is a slightly unfortunate, but I don't think it's bad enough because I didn't really clock that until I read the comment. So it's fine. It's chill. We good. No controversy here. I need my last chocolate. And we are talking about Germany. They do have good chocolate over there. I feel like this is thematically on point. The only place better for chocolate is Sweden. They went with the bratwurst
Greetings
imagery.
and welcome to the Games Baked
Jesus
in
Christ, look at
Germany
those.
Showcase 2024. Did you know that Germany has the largest variety of bread in the world with more than 3,000
What's that
different
helmet
bread recipes?
back there in the kitchen?
There really is something for everyone.
Just below the
It's
Xbox
exactly
controller
the
and
same
the
with our
Rubik's
games,
Cube?
by the way. After the following 45 minutes,
There's also a little
each and
arcade
every
machine
one
next
of
to
you
the
will
knife
have a longer
collection.
Steam wishlist.
This is a weird
Prompts.
set.
We'll start with a game that takes place in a typical fantasy or German location, a tavern. However, for once you're not standing in front of, but behind the counter.
Tavern management simulator. I'm game. Tavern talk. Oh, not quite what I thought it was going to be. This is like that coffee talk series. More of a visual novel, yeah? What is that? There's a frog-like salamander in the cauldron. This feels like a alchemist's place, not a tavern. Oh, this is so coffee talk. With the graphic novel characters behind the counter. Yeah, 100%. Except just fantasy, medieval themed. I don't really know what that mechanic was. I think it's how you write letters. You combine concepts together on the page. Sparkling nebula. You test the drinks out on your little creature? Or is that how you dispose of it?
And if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink
I wonder if Coffee
awaiting
Talk was
me
a
at the
German-developed game.
tavern.
Maybe this might be the same
Oh, if
studio.
I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink
Let me get more comfortable.
awaiting me at the tavern.
I'm a bit cut that I'm out of savory snacks. Now that I've finished that caramel cheesecake chocolate, I'm kind of craving some pizza shapes or some
Congratulations,
twisties.
Gentle Troll Entertainment, on the release of Tavern Talk. It's officially out now, so go check it out. We continue with the first premiere of the showcase, a long-awaited
World
sequel
premiere.
of a narrative FPS adventure from 2021. Let's watch the exclusive first gameplay trailer of Industria 2.
Industria. That's the first-person shooter. We saw a teaser for this.
Hey, this is Steve from Bleak Mill. Today we're showing you some early gameplay from our upcoming narrative FPS, Industria 2. In this scene, Nora discovers a group of Stasi agents in an old mine
Stasi.
shaft.
That does sound German.
Well, you gotta go, you gotta go.
The vibe I got when I first saw this was Metro, but maybe with more of a slightly more sci-fi element to it.
We have these disruptors with us.
She can choose to engage directly and risk being overwhelmed, or she can observe her environment and use it to her advantage. The tripod in the center of the room wards off against nearby Atlas robots, but only whilst active.
Okay, let's hope this thing works.
This is a pretty cool vibe. It's intense. It's got that real look to it in a similar way that Resident Evil 7 did. It's a look that I think was first pioneered by stuff like Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher Bay. That was one of the earliest examples of a game that was like pulling this vibe in first person. It really comes down to the lighting, the art direction of the lighting, I think. Whoops. Oh, that's right, that was preventing the creatures from coming out. That's cool. Shit. That's actually horrifying. I hate that. I would not do well. In a real world setting, with creatures like that, my arachnophobia would trigger. I might lock up a little bit. Or flee down some random tunnels. Get myself in more trouble.
From the parallel dimension, we now move on to a cozy-looking title by the team of Kurzgesagt, or In a Nutshell, and the devs of Dorfromantik. Here's a teaser with some new gameplay of
Dorfromantik was like a tile-based casual town builder thing. I do know that one.
Of Dorfromantik and Kurzgesagt,
I don't know the other one, the Kurzgesagt.
new game.
Kurzgesagt? Doesn't roll the tongue. Asteroid mining. Neat. Oh, those textures are mineable resources. And that what looks like thick green moss that you cut your way through with your drone is kind of like the fog of war. Hey, this is cool. Okay, there's something you put on craters. Oh, the craters are used as launch pads. This is really cute. It does look a little bit like an
solar system near
iOS strategy game. Like, it looks like you could play this on a phone. But it does say Steam, and only Steam. So maybe that's unfair. There's sometimes a graphical style and a simplicity to some strategy games that make them feel a bit iOS-y.
Energy. Naturally, it not only offers a meaningful setting,
so far this is way better than the
some
Capcom
great
showcase.
open
We're actually
world
seeing
survival
games.
craft gameplay. Take a look.
They're banging through this. This is great. World premiere. Them islands be floating, son. Survival crafting. Some pretty pathetic chopping. Put some shoulder into it, buddy. We got farming. We're definitely in the Steam territory now. It's this reeks Steam game. This isn't an update to that game where you can turn islands into floating fortresses and you can float towards other islands and jump across and explore them, is it? Ooh, electrical power lines to power your various mechanical thingies. This is beautiful. This is not the game I was thinking of. The game I was thinking of, you can basically create sails on the island itself, and then the island can be flown around. This is really cool. This looks better than that other game I was thinking of. More grounded. Solar Punk. Neat. Oh, and it's on PS5 and Xbox Series X and Switch.
Be sure to check out Solarpunk with the upcoming alpha playtest
Bigger deal than I thought.
Year. While living in the world of Solarpunk may seem calm and peaceful, life in the city of Nivalis promises to be the exact
I'm curious
opposite.
how they shot
Let's
this.
check out the new exciting
Did
trailer
they
for
create
the
and
upcoming
cook things in
Cyberpunk live
between
sim.
scenes? And then only once the food was ready, were they like, all right, here's the food, now do the scene. Okay, introduce the next bit. And then he has to wait to film the next part so they can get the next bit of food ready.
Here when you wake up each morning.
Oh, this is that cyberpunk bar management city simulation game where you have an upgradable apartment and you go to a job running a cafe or a bar or something, but the whole like city is a living simulation. It's a Blade Runner simulator if you were an NPC in Blade Runner that just had a normal job.
In all visible directions.
I've never seen that screen before.
This city can be a bewildering place. Full
I know
of
it's first
strange
person.
sights and even stranger people. Luckily for you, I'm
Thaddeus.
here to help you find your feet.
It's probably the chef of your cafe
I took
slash
the
bar.
liberty
What
of
is it? It's a
scanning
bar. Okay.
14,682 publications related to the running of a successful hospitality business, and I can confirm.
I love the idea
you're
of
performing above average.
taking the cyberpunk
Good news.
aesthetic and being like, this is just a restaurant management game. It just happens to take place in Blade Runner. That's great.
Watch the sunset and listen
I love
to the
concepts like that.
fisherman's tales. One day, maybe you'll be able to tell your own stories.
This game has come up at least like 3 other times on my stream though.
Rest.
We've seen plenty of trailers for this.
When the day turns night, leave your life behind. Neon feelings, just another night. Not sure how long I can stay. The spire is light years away. Come and find me where the night ends.
Novalis. Meet Ava. Wish this now. Do it.
Like you just saw, Nivalis' release will be spring 2025. Managing restaurants and nightclubs might be
Okay,
more
the bringing out of the sausages
lucrative
was
and
the previous
eventful,
one.
but probably
This
not
bit
as
is
cozy
about
and
putting them on a
artistic
plate.
as
They're
running
really
a shop for
drip feeding
cute
this
and
little mini
adorable
cooking
stickers.
story here.
If you're into the latter, you'll certainly enjoy this free Pride DLC, which is out
The showcase
now.
is going to end with this man sitting in front of a banquet of bratwurst hot dogs. I
Hi
could
everyone,
be playing a
we're
game
Spellbound
right now,
Games, and today we're bringing you new content for Sticky Business.
but I'm just going to eat this
Celebrate
sausage.
Pride Month, we're adding a whole bunch of different Pride-themed stickers, some goodies to add to your
Sticky
packages,
business.
and even
Ew.
some glitter papers to the game.
Oh, the sticker
Seeing
shop
yourself
game. I
represented
remember
in the
this.
game can be incredibly empowering.
You like
We
create
hope
and
that
invent
everyone who
sticker
plays our game
designs
can
to
find
sell
a
through your
character they identify
sticker
with.
business.
That's why we try
of the
to tell
game.
stories featuring people from different backgrounds, genders,
looks
and
cute.
sexual identities.
When we created Sticky Business, we
Why
were
are
so
they
happy to notice
doing
how
this,
many fellow
via
queer
Zoom,
people
though?
supported the game. It was great fun to add more Pride-themed sticker elements and queer stories to the game with your incredible feedback.
Seeing something that is so important to ourselves being supported by all of you is truly wonderful. Thank you all for your support, and we hope you enjoy the new
What's in her nose? Is that a ring or did she have boogie? 5 new stickers. Yeah, you create the designs and you print them off on sheets to sell in your like online sticker shop or something. Hey, Pride stickers. You lay them out in little boxes to sell. Oh, that's cool. It's adorable, man. I'd play it. Why not? Unfortunate name. It sounds like one of those hentai games on Steam that sometimes
If
jump
being in
scares you
charge
when you're
of
scrolling through
1,
new stuff.
5, or maybe even 10 stores isn't enough
Nothing
for
worse
your
than checking out what's new
insatiable
on
management
Steam and
hunger,
then all of a
maybe
sudden
a
fucking
whole industrial empire
hentai jump
might
scare.
be. Here is some new gameplay from Dunbar
Especially if you're doing it on
Studios'
stream or
industry
something. Never
giant
look at Steam on
4.0,
stream.
which will release into early access later this year.
You're gonna get titties and chicks with dicks. Hentai games love that stuff. Unfortunately, not TOS friendly. Otherwise, I'd put them everywhere. Like, why not? What is this? SimCity, but farming focused. Just countryside city, country town simulator. What are we doing? Oh, this is a transport simulator management game. This is about trucks and trains, huh? Yeah. Manage your transport lines. Make sure there's no congestion with delivery between buyer and seller. Industry Giant 4.0 wishlist now. It's a very nerdy genre.
Thank you.
There's a very particular kinds of
how
people that
excited
will
it
go
makes me
wishlist
to
that.
receive any parcels. In the following game,
Where'd
you
the
can
sausage
trigger
go?
that
Oh, there it is,
feeling
bottom
in
left.
an entire island community while running your seaplane delivery service.
Oh, he's cut open the
We've
one
got a look
roll.
at the
He's ready to
first
make a hot
gameplay
dog.
footage
We're getting that
right
breakfast
now.
hot dog. Hell yeah. I want to see some relish on that. Give me some mustard. Give me some ranch. Lou's delivery. We're sticking to the delivery theme, are we? Oops, shit. Punch my mic. This seems like a much more fun version of what we just saw. Little survival crafty. Okay, lots of scavenging and building. I think she just vacuumed some honey out of that bee dog. Oh, that was weird. I love the plane though. You actually get to fly it? That's so cool. A lot of games like this will have mounts or vehicles, but to have like a little island hopping biplane, like something out of Tailspin, that's pretty sweet. It's a Kickstarter, Lose Lagoon. Yeah, the plane's got me sold.
The trailer we're about to show you
That's
now
cool.
belongs to a new installment in a video game series that started
he didn't
back in
progress the Bratwurst hot dog,
1998
you son
and is
bitch.
known for its stealth-oriented, real-time tactic mechanics. Curious? Well, here is Commando's origins.
Oh, fuck yeah. I didn't know about this already. I can't remember if it's because I saw a trailer or just a headline announcing it. Maybe it's a trailer we saw on stream, I'm not sure. I loved the first Commandos when I was a kid. It was so fucking cool. There's nothing else like it when I was little. I'd replay levels in this all the time, just because of the vibe of it. It was the isometric strategy stealth stuff. Like, taking your 1 or 2 or 3 commandos and having to, like, maneuver them through a level of, like, 100 Nazis. Hiding bodies in, like, bins. Burying your commando in the snow so they could pop out and, like, knife the Nazis you walk past on patrol. Oh yeah, you could throw or leave packets of cigarettes on the ground to distract Nazis off their patrol route. I remember that too. What an era of gaming that was.
Next up is an announcement of the post-apocalyptic city builder Endzone 2. The game has been anticipated for a while now, so it's about time.
He's got the
We get a
lettuce
release
out.
window for its early
Nothing else has changed, but there's now a bowl of lettuce. I'm actually invested in this meta story of the creation of these Bratwursts. Also, this Endzone series, this is the sequel, but the first one's on sale right now on Steam.
What was lost.
Pretty big sale too.
Planted seeds in barren soil.
It's what he said. It's essentially what he said. It's a town builder, but it just happens to take place in a decrepit apocalypse where everything's fucked, and you're just trying to scrounge your way to some kind of civilization.
Wells.
A lot of tin shed constructions. I imagine like avoiding radiation and food sources are probably like the biggest issue in this game.
It gets harder. Now, the world looks to you for guidance. Good luck.
Good luck. Early access coming summer 2024. I would like to play the first one.
Welcome
you can get
back
it right
to
now
my
for dollars.
kitchen.
Oh,
Crime
hey.
lurks around every corner. That's why it's important
Alright,
that
the
the
food hasn't
police are
progressed,
vigilant
but we
and
did have a
take care
sneaky
of
little
it.
boy try to
You
get
can
himself a role.
experience that kind of work yourself by playing Police
was a fun bit of
Simulator
drama.
Patrol Officers, for which a new DLC, Highway Patrol, has just been released.
Highway
This
Patrol?
is Brighton 75 News at 7 with live coverage about all you need
Cop
to know.
Simulator?
Breaking news in Brighton. Yesterday, the city mayor reopened the highway, which was unfortunately closed due to maintenance following a major accident some time ago.
That's right, Sharon. It was a horrific crash. But as we can see, traffic is flowing again.
Okay.
And the mayor of Brighton stated the following.
The
"We are
mayor of
very
Brighton
thrilled
looks
that our
like he was
highway
purchased
is
for an
accessible
Unreal
again for every
pre-made character
Brightonian.
model.
It is now much easier to reconnect with everyone in the wider state of Franklin.
Very sad news from our local reporter, Donnie. Apparently, the downtown donut shop will be going out of business later this week due to a sprinkles shortage. The Brighton Police Department
They're
is
going out of
monitoring
business
the
because there's no
situation
sprinkles
closely.
for the donuts.
You heard it first on
That seems
Brighton
unlikely.
75
What is
News.
this game?
Breaking news with a developing story. Apparently, a driver under the influence attempted to evade a traffic stop by the Brighton Police Department and is currently fleeing from the police.
We have live footage from the Brighton Highway. The suspect is driving a white car and is now breaching a roadblock. We will shortly return to this high-speed chase.
Coming up next here at Brighton 75 News, a fidget spinner smuggling crisis.
What?
The Brighton Police Department noticed a lot of illegally smuggled fidget spinners.
What is
Learn more
illegal about
this
smuggling
news
a
story
fidget
shortly
spinner?
after 8 a.m. when we continue to send live coverage after a
I
short
think they're trying to
break.
be funny, but like that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing about a fidget spinner that would require
Pick up the chase. Get
smuggling.
ready for the highway patrol
Unless you're
extension.
hiding drugs in the fidget spinner. Police simulator patrol officer update.
Since
Okay, it
last
was a
year,
police
the dev
simulator,
of
just
Super
like I said.
Fantasy Kingdom has been working tirelessly.
That was a weird trailer,
The
though.
following
They didn't
trailer
really
shows
show
the
exactly
expansion
how you
and
play it.
defense of the kingdom against monsters, as well as
The lettuce is on the
announcement
roll.
of a
I
rough
repeat, the
release
lettuce is on
date.
the roll. Or is that shallots? Couldn't quite pick what kind of greenery that was. Good lord. Super Fantasy Kingdom. Oh my god. So it's a kingdom builder strategy game, but like mad old school graphics. Oh, this is cool. I like this. I'd play it. There seems to be a sort of tower defense. Jesus. There's a sort of tower defense vibe to this. Also, maybe a little bit of roguelike. Like every time you fail to defend the kingdom, time resets, and only the king is aware of it. But now you have even more knowledge and means to do better next time. Yeah, there's definitely a kind of story progression to this. He's exploring more of the world in between failing to build this kingdom up. Look at that. It almost starts to... The tower defense parts of protecting the kingdom, it starts to look a little bit like
a meteor
reverse
races
bullet
towards
hells.
planet Earth.
Bullet heavens.
To be precise, towards a specific village.
Oh my
but
god.
the villagers don't want to get to safety. What the hell
Okay,
is
wait.
keeping them there? Find out that and more in We Stay Behind.
The other two
for
roles
which a
have
new
vanished.
Demo with voiceover
But now
is
there's one roll left
available.
and it's good to go. With all the veggies on it.
My name is Laura Tanner. I'm writing an article about the people here and about the
Laura.
comet.
The meteor? Like that's our biggest problem? Anyway,
Whoa.
welcome to Laburnum Creek.
Oh,
There
you're
ain't no
right.
lip.
That's awesome.
There ain't no lip
I'm an
flaps
artist,
or
too.
character
I'm not
emotions
so
going
much
with
an
these models.
author, more a journalist. I just want
I
to
like
know
everything
what's
else,
so
though.
great about this place.
The
that
environment's
people will
great.
stay here despite the threat of it all ending.
The mystery
You
exploration
shouldn't be asking
environment
why
stuff
Laburnum
is
Creek
awesome.
is so nice and why everyone wants to stay. The question is, why did you come here?
It's just the character models
I
that
don't
suck.
know if it's the altitude or the way the wind shudders.
It's
through
giving
the
me Lake.
pines.
That game Lake, where you're the post office
Cosmic
chick
rays.
exploring
I
this little
couldn't tell
island,
you, but
this little
Laburnum
lakeside town.
Creek does something to people.
I get the feeling you're not talking about the comet, but I don't understand.
Sometimes this old place seems unfamiliar. I see things and then they're gone.
Everything around here is a little strange sometimes. There is more to Laburnum Creek than meets the eye.
Visitors to the resort often take a day or two to get in tune with the vibrations.
I'm intrigued.
Feel them?
I know I'm not the only one, but no one talks about it.
The basic
Feels
character
like
models
this
and the no
place
facial acting
is
and no
pulling
mouth
me
moving
apart.
stuff. It's the only thing about this that seems cheap. Everything else actually is really interesting.
I've got my eyes open.
We stay behind.
I see what's coming.
I'm
Do you,
interested in this.
Miss Tanner?
I can ignore the other stuff.
By the way,
I like
a
the
track
environmental
of the We Stay Behind soundtrack, as
small
well as
town
tracks of
exploration,
13 other
mystery,
games of the Games Baked in Germany
storytelling
event,
stuff.
are also featured on our limited event vinyl. You can
I love
find
driving
it in
around the
online
small
shop
town
of
in
our
Lake
partner
in that
Black
post-
Screen
in that van,
Records and pre-order it
getting
at
things
cost
done.
price. So check it out before all 2,000
Looks like it has a
vinyls
day-night
are gone.
cycle too, just like Lake.
On with the showcase. Have you ever wondered how it would be to have godly powers? To be a god even?
No.
Say no more. Fata Deum has God.
Like
you
a
covered.
million games
This
explore
is some
that.
exclusive gameplay footage.
I need you to work on that roll. I don't know what you did with the other 2 rolls, but that one needs a sausage. What was the name? Fata something? I missed it. Ooh. Okay. Town building god game. But it's giving Peter Molyneux. This is black and white. Oh, this is heavily inspired by black and white. We've got a wannabe Peter Molyneux on our hands. So you're essentially God inspiring the villagers in how the town is to be built. And dealing with other supernatural godlike stuff. I mean, black and white is a type of world-building strategy game that I feel like needs to be iterated on. Peter Molyneux made 2 of them, and not many people tried to copy his formula. This is actually pretty interesting. Other people should be. What does it say? Fata Buem? Diem? Fata Diem?
The
Jesus
well-known
Christ, your
city
font.
building simulator
Here comes the sausage.
Tropico 6
We're in.
gets a new DLC. Tropical
Bratwurst
Shores
is
is
almost
available
complete.
now and features, well, see for yourself.
Go get some sauce. Go get some sauce from the fridge. I want ranch. Tropico 6. Okay.
Sea breeze.
Tropical Shores probably means DLC. This is expansion.
Behold
I care less about Tropical
floating
6 than I do
a
that man's
testament to
German
tropical
sausage roll.
opulence and my ingenious financial management skills. A yellow submarine.
Why have you built a yellow submarine? References.
Dolphin therapy to heal your bad mood. And shark therapy.
I don't like dolphin
to remind
therapy.
you who's really in
I get that
charge.
it's therapy. It's like humans
A man is only as good
swimming with
as
dolphins
his
as
yacht,
therapy, but
and
that's
I
like, why are we
have
helping the
3 of
humans
them.
and having dolphins in captivity? Fuck them. Release them dolphins. It's not for the dolphins to be helping humans with their
More room
therapeutic
for my
needs.
many
Fuck
boats.
that. That's all I can think about now.
Golden luxury yacht. Viva Tropico!
Viva Tropico. Why is he wearing scuba gear?
Invading armies
The
want
dictator
to
would
push
not be
you
going
off your
scuba diving
throne.
himself.
Make sure you don't fall by generating an
Okay, he's
economy,
prepared the
building
roll,
towers,
nice and open
hiring units,
for
and
further
defending your seat
confections.
of power yourself. That's what Thronefall
Maybe
is
some
all
cheese.
about. And now it has a window for
Can
its
we
full release.
some shredded cheese
Check
in
it
there
out.
maybe before we hit the sauces? A bit of onion. I feel like you've got to hit the onion, my man. What is this? Oh, you know what this kind of reminds me of? Kingdom. The side-scrolling one where you're the king on the horse, and the only mechanic is to throw money at buildings and characters to upgrade them or influence them to do stuff. This is isometric Kingdom. The graphic style has lost a step with this. Oh, it is interesting though. It's it's like high contrast cell shading. The black shadows with the pastel colors is a look, it's a decision. Not bad. It's just that the high-end pixel art of
Up
the
next, I've
side-scrolling
got
Kingdom
news from the
games
prehistoric action-adventure
is
ego
more
shooter
appealing.
Ferocious. Not only is there a dinosaur buddy, but also a new destruction system.
But I would
a
like to try Kingdom
controllable
style game in
battle mech,
isometric
and more. Let's take a
form.
look at all the
That's
recently
intriguing.
added gameplay
He's got
mechanics.
cheese. There's a fucking slice of cheese on that board. He just hasn't cut it up yet. I wanted to go with shredded though. What the fuck is this? You have a pet raptor? Yo. So, wait. So this concept is essentially, what if Turok, but you have a pet raptor that you can use? Or can you? The raptor hasn't shown up since the start of the trailer. Maybe I got too excited about that. Maybe that's just like one bit of the game. No, there he is. No, that's a different one. This man has many dinosaur friends. Probably gated by what part of the game you're in. I wasn't expecting there to be mechs. Yeah, the animation for this is cool though. This neat. That was disappointing. I wanted to see that hut come apart from the mech gunfire like Crisis physics. Although they do appear to be destructible physics. Oh yeah. It's just a little bit... Oh, that's fucked. I hate that. I don't want to die that way. Ferocious. That's not bad, dude. Tiny Build even. Tiny Build as a producer is really unpredictable.
X4 Foundation, the
There we go.
current game of the now 25
folding
years
the,
old
squares of
science
cheese.
fiction space trading and combat
either
simulator
side of the
series,
sausage? That's-
released a
I've
new
never seen that
Timelines
before. I'm
DLC
intrigued by
right
that.
now, which promises to make the series more accessible for new
Where's
players.
that one gonna go?
And there's also a free content update. Exciting,
Oh, he's gonna eat it.
isn't it?
Every time he flubbed that take, did he have to re-eat new cheese? He went through an entire block of cheese before he got it right. He got very sick.
Impedance bubble status green.
Welcome to the facility. How do you feel?
What is this facility?
First person
Where are we?
storytelling.
Where to begin? I have to tell you a story.
There's a Mass Effect alien. Is this gonna be like those what was that game that I played? Surrender Us the Moon or something?
Who are these high-ups? Who
And there's a
controls this
sequel
place?
to do with Mars that came out recently.
are clearly far beyond our understanding. I'm worried. I think the facility is driving people apart.
I think it's gonna be that kind of game.
Jumping in right on top of us.
Like first person storytelling type thing. Although there is now space combat, so maybe I'm wrong.
found a way to save humanity. Impedance bubble status red. It's decision time. Are you coming?
This might be a space shooter that's just heavily story driven. So there's a lot of time spent walking around stations talking to NPCs. Oh, it's X4. Holy shit. Oh, that's a flashback. Those
Rejoice,
X games used to be
more
for
free
sale.
content, this
X
time
games.
for the pixel art CRPG Death Trash.
I don't mean X games like that.
Contrary to the name,
Those Space
the
Sim
early
games,
access game has
the X franchise.
94% positive
They used to be
reviews
on the
Steam.
shelf at EB
Pretty
Games
good.
when I was
It's the
a
Parish
teenager
City
working there.
update will bring new quests
I remember
and
seeing
locations.
X3 on the shelf. That's how
following
old that
trailer
is.
brings some footage of that.
Cool. Pixel art. All that Death Trash. All that meat was reminding me a bit of that game where you play as that thing, that tenderly meat thing. Carrion. The way I remember Carrion's name nowadays is I start to sing Carry On My Wayward Son in my head. And then I'm like, oh, Carry On, Carrion. That's the game. Don't touch them. This is my pile of meat. Yeah, some of that meat is crawling around, dude. It's become sentient. I don't know what kind of game this is. Isometric hack and slashy? With just a lot of meat and trash?
I've got another premiere for you.
Oh,
the
there's
new
sauce
game
on it.
by Truberbrook developer BTF.
There's some kind of
will
white
tell the
sauce on
story
the
of an
sausage and he's
old
placed leaves on there now.
apartment
He's
in
placed a
Berlin.
garnish.
Sounds weird at first, but trust me, it certainly looks promising.
I'm happy with the white sauce and the cheese, but I feel like we can stop garnishing it with the greens and get some onion in there, man.
Once
It must have been the year 1989.
Please tell me that this showcase ends with him
Collier lived here,
taking some nice fat bites out of that bratwurst hot dog.
Well. Day in and day out, always the same chores. All his friends had left him behind.
One county's called DDR.
He received a mysterious message.
That's the suburb where we go to dance.
You've told the story already.
Oh, really? Let me think.
Fishes?
There's more where that came from. Did you ever wonder who else lived in this apartment before?
Ooh.
So many dreams and dangers. Hellos and goodbyes. So many adventures, memories, and mysteries.
Interesting.
All in these four walls.
The Berlin apartment.
And what about that other story?
That's for another day.
So it's storylines existing across time that took place in the same Berlin apartment.
Take an interesting core game mechanic, impressive fast-paced combat,
it's feeling
great
like
enemy design, a high skill ceiling, and a
what
pinch
became of Edith
salt.
Finch.
And you get a much anticipated action
Where it's like a
roguelike
walking simulator
with
about
robots.
a single location, but you
Check
get a whole
out
bunch of storylines
Morbid
about different
Metal.
family members with different gameplay mechanics across time. Shapeshift. Slaughter. Buttholes. Die. Repeat. Oh, roguelike. Hack and slash roguelike. The second they say things like repeat or loop, you're like, oh, roguelike. We know where we're going with this. It's pretty flashy with the combat system. Wicked. I mean, it might not be a roguelike, but I think it is. They're not really showing off anything that's giving away the game's structure. It's really just, we're doing some slashy bits. There's robots, we're doing our slashy bits. Then you die, you'd probably have to do it again. With maybe some extra level up stuff.
I've got one
but with the
more
level
thing,
completely
a world premiere, in fact. The Dome Keeper
randomizing.
developers have been busy stringing
What is
lots
that
of
now next to
German
the hot
words
dog? What's
together
he
to
got?
come up with Planetenverteidigungskanonenkommandant, or PVKK for short.
Come on, dude, finish
Enjoy
that
the
hot dog.
announcement trailer for Bippin Bit's next project.
It is a coffee
and
mug, you're
remember
about to sip it.
to drink your tea. It's good for you.
Finish the hot dog, son. What's that brat first? Hey, River. Oh, fuck yeah. I did see some of this recently. This is like a simulator game where you're a guy that lives in and runs a mortar turret. And it's all realistic mortar turret sci-fi controls. You actually have to like figure out how to control all this bullshit. And between the days you go to bed in the back, yeah, on this cot. That looks cool, man. I want to play this for sure. I want to play this in VR. This game should be in VR. This would be an awesome VR game. Yeah, don't forget to oil up your control panel. I wonder what happens if you don't. I wonder what kind of learning experience this is to figure out how to actually play this. Like, are there manuals and stuff in the game you have to go through? Or do they just let you fail? Like, the control pad rusts up and it's like, oh, I should have been oiling it. Damn, well now I know for next time. Here comes the enemy. Oh, I wanted to see more Mortifier, damn it. PVKK. Wait a second.
And that's
Let me... How do you say the full name? Planet... Invertdigungskanonen Kommandant. Okay, I know the word commandant and the word planet. Planetenvertdigungskanonen Kommandant. As one long word. Fake language. Well, it's clearly based on German. Even if it is like a sci-fi fake version of German. Because that all shouldn't be one word.
And that's it for the Games Baked in Germany
Just open it up
2024
again.
showcase.
What's he putting on it now?
I'm sure you found a new
Relish?
video game treat. If so,
that?
let the devs know that you like their game by wishlisting,
Yeah, sprinkle more
trying
of
the
it.
demo,
Come on,
giving
baby, don't be
feedback,
shy.
or buying it.
Get some spices in
Thanks
that
for
puppy.
watching, and feel free to check out our broadcast and sale
Juice up
on the
that
Games
bratwurst.
Baked
Come
in
on,
Germany
more
Steam
sauces.
event page as well.
Mustard.
Bon appetit.
No, not bon appetit. Close it and take a bite. Oh, please God, yes. This is what I've been waiting for the entire showcase. He switched out his tea for a glass of water. Oh, hey, Jay. Wait, did I say that already? I may have been distracted by the sausage, which I'm sure you can relate. Oh, he's going for it. He's got... Oh, I'm so hungry. There's some really yellow cheese on that puppy. German sausage is so good. Bratwurst? Ooh. Get me a bratwurst. It explodes the juice when you take a bite. It's a good-ass sausage. Well, that ended the way I wanted it to. We finally got a bite of the sausage roll. It took him a good... How long was this actually? 59 minutes in. It took him a good 40 minutes to make that sausage roll. It's all Turkish. What, the sausage roll or the Baked in Germany 2024 showcase? This comment area is now the property of the Federal Republic of Germany. That's the first comment. Cool. Ferocious was interesting. I wonder how much control you have over the dinosaurs in that game. I'm intrigued to see more of that. It does really look like Turok crossed with Crisis, though. But like indie. Generally German food. Oh, that's fair. I'm just really into bratwurst. There's a place nearby that I sometimes get breakfast where you can get like a breakfast sausage roll, and they let you replace the normal sausage with a bratwurst for like an extra $1 or $2, because they usually have a Bain Marie out the front with a bunch of recently cooked bratwursts in there. God, there's just so much thicker and juicier and more flavorful than a regular sausage. It's amazing. I don't really know what the difference between a regular sausage and a bratwurst is in the creation or preparation of the meat. Probably something to do with spices, I don't know. With how they process the meat before they pack it into the sausage skin, etc. All right. 2 down. We've done Capcom and we've done the Germany showcase. So far, Capcom is the loser. That was a very boring showcase where they didn't have jack shit to talk about. There's no point in having a showcase if you're only going to talk about 3 games that aren't even that interesting. 2 of them are like reports or remasters, in fact. Only one of the games is new. What's the AFD? I've never heard that acronym before. God damn it. I typed it all wrong. Hang on. Alternatives for Germany. Oh no. Far-right, right-wing populist political party in Germany. Oh no. Suspected extremist party. Oh no. Oh no. That was worse than I was expecting. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't need Germany going back in the fascist direction. Because, you know, they're the ones that are fleeing from that whole part of their history more so than any other country. Could try Polish kielbasa. Kielbasa is also good. I don't know what the Polish variant is like, but I'm behind some kielbasa. Not even 100 years. Didn't take long. It's not taken long for Germany to swing back the other way to when they were the most problematic country on the planet. And it hasn't taken long either for America to started to look a lot like that as well. Why does everyone always why does the pendulum for every country, no matter what their background is, start to swing towards fascism? It's very strange. I feel like human beings get bored, and in their boredom, they just become bigots, because that creates drama and makes their lives more interesting. I don't know. Kielbasa is Polish? Oh, fair enough. So I guess if I've had a kielbasa sausage, then I've had Polish sausage. Alright. Before I get too distracted. Last one. The Upload VR showcase. Strangely missing from the Summer Game Fest lineup. But they still had their show. When did this air? 27th of June. This was last week, Thursday. So it's about a week and 3 days that they dropped this. Let's go! Let's go! 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. They better have some sweet VR good shit here. I like me some VR. I'll see some tasty new ideas. People create anxiety and drama. They do too. It happens in relationships as well. People tend to self-destruct their own relationships if they're drama-centric personalities. It's pretty common. Human beings are uppity, dramatic bitches like that. We're all a bunch of Beverly Hills Housewives, really, at the end of the day. What is this intro? Why are we just hanging out here? We know this. And why does it look low res? I'm on 1080p. Let's see the 1080p, brother. I'm not even asking for 4K here.
Welcome to the Upload VR Showcase Summer 2024.
Narcissism, yeah, for sure.
Sponsored by Smash Drums. I hope you all enjoyed the
Some people
pre-show
aren't happy
chit-chat.
even when
That's
they're
over
happy.
now.
They're only happy when other people
We've
are
got
unhappy.
An hour of
That's narcissism in
exclusive
general.
VR first looks, updates, and
Like-
game announcements submitted to us by over 40 devs.
Genuine human beings that have empathy are happy just to have what they need in their own space. As long as you're happy and you've got what you need, then c'est la vie. The problem is narcissism is more widespread than empathy. More people are narcissistic mentality types than there are empathy types. So the majority of human beings aren't going to be happy even if they've got what they technically need or what they thought they wanted. They're constantly full of drama and they're constantly throwing other people under the bus and being destructive cunts. Because they're not happy unless they're making other people unhappy. Their happiness is way too tied to the feeling of control over other human beings or winning over other human beings. Someone else needs to be miserable because of me having got one over on them for me to be content. That is narcissism in a nutshell. And it's very, very unfortunate.
And publishers.
And most of us
You
have been
may
on the
have
receiving
some
end of
questions.
people like that.
What will be revealed?
That didn't need to treat
How
you the
many
way they
zombie
did, or
games
fuck
will
you over
there
the way
be?
they did, but they
Will
did
there be
anyway,
enough shooters
for their own
for you?
convenience.
Any new rhythm games? Are they coming to your favorite VR platform?
Obviously I went through it recently.
You are going to have to keep watching to find out. Now,
This is a long
on
intro,
with
man.
the show.
Hey, VR drumming. I can get behind that. They completely stole that Guitar Hero track up ahead. That design of the rhythm game track was exactly Guitar Hero. This is sick, man. I want it and I need it. Oh, the tracks are actually customizable. And they've got real music. This is awesome, dude. Smash drums with friggin' what? Oh, it's a free update to a game called Smash Drums. Got it. What is this on? It's not a Quest exclusive, is it? Sick and tired of Quest exclusives. MetaQuest store. Okay, fuck you. Man, if you have a VR game, don't hide it on the Quest. Let everyone have it. Put it on Steam, so Vive and Index owners and whatever can partake. I don't like the fact that VR is leaning in the same direction consoles have, with machine exclusivity. That's trash. Once again, fire. I want to conduct an orchestra, right now. Give me this. I need to sort out my VR situation so I can start streaming VR games. I've got the equipment, I just need to make it doable in this room and streamable. I need to jump through some of the tech hoops. Is this entire scenario he was conducting meant to be like Les Mis? What's with all the peasants with violins? Simply number 5? Yes, it's very well recognized piece of music. I just don't get the stage theme. It feels like they're going for a Les Mis thing on stage, but they weren't actually playing music from Les Mis. This one's got Steam VR. There you go. Go Maestro, go. Thank you. When's there going to be more game? Technically, this game had a tech demo out like 2 years ago, I think, on the Quest. It has actually been sticking around for a while, with no full release. One of those stuck in early access purgatory VR games. Oh, this is an AR thing. This is yeah, this is MetaQuest for sure. I guess that's one thing that MetaQuest does do that the other headsets don't, is you can make AR games that use your actual environment through the camera.
Everyone, my name is Thomas and I'm the developer of Laserdance, a game built from the ground up for mixed reality to turn your living room into a laser obstacle course straight out of a spy film.
Cool.
I hope you enjoyed the short clip we shared with you today.
We can
I'm excited to share more of the game soon. But for now, I'm happy to announce that as of today,
we can replicate our own Catherine Zeta-Jones.
It's a great way to support the game
from that heist movie with Sean Connery.
And the best way to find out when the game actually
I forget the name, but I remember her booty in tight leather, sneaking under lasers.
The rest of the show.
That's all anyone ever remembers from that movie. Creature. I don't like sitting and lying down using VR. I gotta stand up. It just feels right. What is this? It's one of those chill games that doesn't really have a objective or an end goal. It's just you hanging out doing fun spaceship stuff. You know those games they call an experience instead of an actual game? Oh, it turns your living room into a spaceship. Oh shit. That's actually kind of cool. It's a combination normal game and AR game. It's just the cockpit of your ship is built into your room's environment for real. Your home becomes your alien spacecraft. At least with AR games, you won't be bumping into pot plants or walls because you're actually seeing your room for real. I would love the MetaQuest 3. But I don't actually use my Index enough, or my PSVR. Not that I don't want to, I actually really do. It just doesn't fit into my lifestyle lately very much. Not enough time for all the good shit. They seem to be doing nothing but Quest AR games right now. This is the Quest AR section of the showcase. I think this is a tool. This is one of those toy things where there's no real game, you're just kind of playing with it. Like creating stuff in your living room. Like an art app. A man just killed a bunch of roller coaster civilians on his cat. Early access? Oh, I don't like early access games in general, but they're even worse in VR usually because you don't want jank in VR. It can make you feel sick. You want that shit to be polished, man. We're gonna learn how to draw. Oh, neat. See, we're still staying in the AR realm right now, but now they're using AR to actually educate. Learning to draw with your MetaQuest. How much is this an actual practical learning to draw tool though, and how much of it is it you just tracing through virtual reality? Because a lot of those last few examples were just essentially tracing shapes on paper. You see, we're still kind of tracing here. I do like how the AR thing is advanced enough that you can move the paper and the objects, and it tracks with it.
Pencil. I'm a pencil gnome. Learn to draw.
Could you do it without the AR headset though? Like, once you've played the whole app, would you then still be able to recreate it without the tracing of the AR stuff? That's the real question. Is this your hands tied together as a puzzle game? Oh, that's adorable. AR is not my favorite kind of use of VR headsets, but there is a lot of creative uses of it we're seeing in this segment. I'm fairly impressed. Airspace Defender. Oh, it's Defender. From like the Atari era, but just in AR. Where you stop the little lasers coming down with your missiles. With the pinch. Pinch missiles. It's pretty groovy. Probably wouldn't keep you busy for long though. I feel like I'd play that game for half an hour, and that would be it. Probably never play it again. It's really just a novelty. This, on the other hand, VR construction work? Hell yeah. Co-op, please? Let me and my friends all hang out in VR and build a building? Get the boys together for some construction? Tool up. Oh my god, it is co-op. That's another player. Yeah? Oh, and there's mini games. That's cute. This is probably just how to teach you how to use the construction gear with efficiency. Good little carnival games. Dig VR. Is that the only mechanic? Is digging? Digging machines? I want the whole construction experience.
Crazy.
We want to build something up, not just break it down and make holes.
It's walkabout mini golf. Oh, cracking shot.
Cool. They didn't show any of the game though. Wallace and Gromit VR mini golf. That's a sale. I like that idea. This is Dungeon Keeper. Oh wow, someone just straight up ripped off Dungeon Keeper in VR. I feel like I'd be a sucker for this ripoff though. Like, it clearly is unabashedly Dungeon Keeper, but I do want to play it. How much does the VR viewpoint bring to the concept though? They summoned Anubis to defend the dungeon. It seems like you can go down like low into first person viewpoint of the VR. Underworld Overseer. Now they're just combining words together. I think in Dungeon Keeper 2 you could do that. You could literally jump into the body of one of your creatures and control them in first person.
Wishlist Underworld Overseer
It just wasn't very
on
useful.
Steam
Like, there
VR
wasn't much
by
point to
clicking
doing
the
it.
link
It was a
below
novelty.
or going to showcase.uploadvr.com.
From the artist and composer of Thumper. Fuck yeah, good opening. Oh, I know what this is. A follow-up game from the Thumper creator in VR. We have seen a teaser for this once before. This developer is good at making very unsettlingly trippy music games that almost qualify as horror. In fact, Thumper is actually listed as a horror game, even though all you do is control this beetle-like craft along 3 tracks to the music. It's just the theming and the aesthetics and the visual style is unsettling to say the least. And so is the music design, to be honest. I don't think this one is trying to go for Thrasher. Okay? They're staying on theme. From Thumper to Thrasher. I never got the idea that Thrasher was trying to be as particularly as horror themed as Thumper was. But I don't know, maybe. Maybe they're just not leading into that as a marketing thing. Serious Sam 3 VR. I actually, not that long ago, picked up a Serious Sam VR bundle for just a couple of bucks on Steam. Like, literally dollars. It was like a huge Steam Summer Sale giveaway, so I thought, what the hell not?
It's our pleasure to announce
a couple of bucks for an
Upload
entire
VR
pack?
Summer Showcase Humble Bundle featuring Devolver. Get all 8 of their Steam VR games for
Dope.
just $10, including Gorn, the Talos
That's actually pretty worth it.
Principle, Tentacular, and the entire Serious
Talos
Sam
Principle is an
VR
amazing game.
collection.
Better in
A
VR.
portion of the proceeds
Gorn and
will go
Tentacular
to
are
special effects
gimmicky but
dedicated
really
to helping
entertaining.
all people with disabilities
Serious Sam is Serious
enjoy
Sam.
video games. Enter now for your chance to win one of
Humble
10
Bundle is
free
really good
bundles.
for that, though. Like,
Submissions
legitimately,
close
like,
at the end of our live broadcast.
a bundle
Do
of
it
games
now.
that would actually cost you
Use
like
the QR
$190
code on the
bucks,
screen,
200 bucks.
Or
You
go
could,
to
they'll literally let you buy it for $10 to $15.
showcase.uploadvr.com/humble bundle to enter. Winners will be
I,
announced and contacted.
It's one of the few
by
services
6
I allow to
p.m.
continuously
Pacific
email me
time
spam.
today.
Because every so often I'll get an email from Humble Bundle with like a deal that's like, holy
having
shit.
bats for hands.
I
Good
know.
stuff.
Bats for hands. Like, I didn't write the script.
It's from the makers of What the Golf and
This
What
is a
the
game
Car.
where you have baseball bats for hands in
Welcome
VR.
to Battywood, where you will enjoy behind-the-scenes
Solve
action,
every problem using baseball bats because that's all you've got.
unseen suspense,
Hopefully every problem is solvable through blunt force melee destruction.
and hot romance.
Because blunt force melee destruction all you got. Wow. I'm sorry, back that up. That's the scene in Titanic where they're having sex in the car and she puts her hand on the steamy window. They let you replicate that in VR. This game's cheeky as hell, man. That's a bit nasty. In fact, doing the Beauty and the... Not the Beauty and the Beast. The Lady and the Tramp thing with the spaghetti, with a dog in VR, is kind of disgusting. I wonder what the rating on that game is. Must be at least an M.
Anyone there?
Just for being cheeky.
What the hell?
What is this?
How does this place know our memories?
This doesn't look like a VR game.
How would I know?
It's intriguing.
So, what's the plan?
Get the band back together.
Oh, I've had enough of everybody.
I would never do something like that.
Okay, everybody has enough. Just play the notes. Just say it right now. You want to tell me do something.
Lovesick. Okay, I haven't heard of this one. Puzzle Punk Escape Tour. Oh, this might be one of those like escape room style VR puzzle
Lovesick
games.
is about 4 members of a post-punk band on the verge of
Those are
breaking
actually
up.
pretty cool.
They go through the supernatural
The
event
escape
called
room
feedback, which blows their
model of
consciousnesses
game
out of their
design
bodies.
in
Play as the
VR
bass
is
player
actually like a
Sam,
really
who's
fun
exploring these
way of
weird
making games.
escape room style mindscapes to try and bring the band back together. When we were first developing Lovesick, we were tapping into our own experiences. Most of the team grew up playing in bands, and we
There
wanted
are a
to
lot
tell
of games in
stories we
VR
were
that
uniquely set up to tell.
are technically
The entire
like
game focuses
point
on
and
the
click
four
puzzle
bandmates
games
of the new agenda. We wanted to keep
in
the
first
cast
person,
small and dig in on how
but
they
the
live
design
and write
philosophy
music
is
together.
essentially like an escape
Even though they're
room.
going through this mind-bending
Like you're in
experience,
restricted
it's still grounded
areas.
in a relatable story.
We've got to figure out how to
Lovesick
use
is coming
things
out in
correctly to progress the
2025,
story.
and wishlist the game now.
I don't feel like it does it justice. There are a lot of games that feel like grander than what it sounded like I
Mike
just described.
from Virtual Reality Oasis here. If you follow me on YouTube or other
There's
social
this
media
adventure game
platforms,
called
you may have noticed
Wayfarer
that
or
I've not
Way
really been
something
that
in
active
VR.
lately.
That's actually
And
really
There's a
amazing.
very good reason for that.
But it's
Last year,
technically
I
like an
started
escape
work
room
on a new
designed
company
game.
designed to help indie
But it doesn't
developers
feel that
making
when you play it.
awesome
It feels like an
VR and
epic
MR
story-driven
games
thing.
to polish up their titles and bring them to market. So today I'm super proud to officially announce 2080 Games and the first two games that we've partnered with, Miracle Pool and Memoriam.
Miracle Porn?
I hope you enjoy the trailers for those games and the rest
Sorry,
of the
what?
showcase, and there'll be more from me and 2080 Games coming very soon. Cheers.
Cheers. Billiards. Up first. Snooker. Sorry, Miracle Pool. I used the other two words for I used billiards and snooker before I got to pool. Oh, it's AR pool. You actually put the pool table in your house. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Why not? Who needs an actual table? The problem is if you were playing this with friends, you would need multiple Quest 3s. Which kind of sucks. Ain't nobody got multiple quests in their house unless they're rich. Or unless your friends brought over their own quests. Just for this purpose.
Yes.
Oh, his friends are there virtually. The floating avatars, they're probably playing it with him in his living room, but from their houses. That's neat.
Welcome back, Dr. Hudson.
I like that. The idea of like virtually being in your friend's house for an AR game is actually pretty dope.
It's been some time since we last spoke.
Narratively driven sci-fi horror. Yes, now we're talking.
On board.
This is the juice. This is the VR juice right here.
20,000 crew.
This stuff works really well in VR. Even if it's a bad game. Like average horror games are still like really awesome experiences in VR. I know what this is. This is Hide the Body. I know this game. This entire game is about hiding a dead body before the cops come in. I love its like 70s Austin Power cartoon aesthetic. I think it alleviates the bleak subject matter a little bit. Also this song. Classic, 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 classic. The song better be in that Maestro VR conducting game. Just saying. It's too classic not to be. Oh, you have to clean stuff with the sponge too? I didn't know you had to clean up the crime scene as well as hide the body. That complicates things a bit. I've only seen examples of the earlier levels where you're only just hiding the body. I didn't know that they were going to add more mechanics. Oh, it's only MetaQuest. Fucking hell. Good lord, am I tired of that. Please stop exclusivity. It's really hurting VR. VR needs to grow. It can't grow if they're starting to pull exclusivity bullshit like the consoles do. It's too early in its lifespan to start doing that shit. This looks like Metro. This looks like Metro in VR. Nice. Oh, sweet. Dog. Happy, friendly dog. He's a good boy. Oh, man. The dog seems to be a mechanic. I think when the dog growls, you know that enemies are nearby. Yeah, this is really giving Metro. The second game I've seen tonight that would look like a Metro vibe game. I almost said knockoff, but that's not fair. Help me, dog. Convergence Update 1 Night Raids. What do you mean Update 1? Well, that's cute. You can draw on the map.
Dad!
I don't like these VR games they've been making that have episodic design to them. The Exorcist game had that as well. Like, when it first came out, it was like episode 1.
Daddy, why aren't you shitting?
This is weird. I don't like this ad at all. Yeah, there's like 5 cases to the Exorcist game, and they were released as 5 episodes that you buy separately as they come out. And I don't like that. That feels like a...
Olivia?
That feels like a cheeky way to do early access, where the game's not finished yet, but you're releasing each chapter one by one as they
friends,
come out.
Matthew K. Hafer from the Metal Band Trivium. I'm here to announce that Metal Hellsinger now has a demo in incredible VR. Check it out right now. The first 2 levels of the game are available, featuring Michael from Dark Tranquility and Alyssa from Arch Enemy.
Holy
2 of
fuck.
the greatest bands of all time. All the original levels, featuring yours truly, will be out in the full version of the game, but the demo is out now.
Hey!
So check it out. I look forward to seeing you.
I love Metal Hellsinger. We played and finished that on stream. Now we can do it on VR? Get some. Play it with your body. I feel like this Metal Hellsinger, I feel like would feel even more natural. Because like me fumbling with the controls and it ruining my rhythm is maybe the only downside to Metal Hellsinger. If you're just playing it in VR with your bod, I mean, I feel like that's just gonna solve all my issues. Oh, that was a reveal and a half. That got me stoked. Is this Homeworld? Did they make a Homeworld spin-off of virtual reality? Because that's a pretty elaborate idea. Homeworld is a very detailed, like, I guess 4X sized real-time strategy game. Set in space. Would being in VR make this easier or more complicated? This is the kind of game when you play it on PC, it's all about like minutia. It's all about micromanagement. It's all about bullshit HUD everywhere.
Here we go.
I don't know how to take that in VR.
Thank you to
I don't know if that
Farbridge
adds something
for
to the game
sponsoring
that makes it
today's
easier to
showcase.
play or just makes
Immerse
it weird and
yourself in a
different
bold new
and more
story in the
complicated.
beloved Homeworld saga that brings real-time strategic space battles to VR. Experience it for yourself on MetaQuest or Steam VR.
Cool. Megaforce. Big boy. Mankind was ruled. I like the drum beat. The game appears to be anime-inspired Gundam mech stuff. Okay. It's been done. I'm just vibing with the soundtrack, really. What is going on? I like how there's some dicking around with the cockpit mechanics. But I don't know, this looks... Everything outside the cockpit looks like basic mech game. I don't know if I'm very moved by that. Alright, I'm back on board. First person creepiness in VR, always cool. Don't know what's happening here though. This seems comical. The unhinged story of a filmmaker. Oh, you're a filmmaker being sucked into the movies you've made? Or are you making a movie? I think I'm missing something here with what they're actually saying this concept is. That's a sloth. That was a Godzilla sloth. Deep cuts. Yeah, I don't know if you're a filmmaker being sucked into movie worlds and having to survive, or if it's just an elaborate way to demonstrate the making of a film. Like you're actually going through the process of making a film by doing all those crazy things. I require further elaboration. This I understand. It's Rocket League with cats. This doesn't need any further elaboration. Run, jump like cat. Make goal. Do soccer. Claw ball. That's really cute.
Up next, a special video from one of today's sponsors, Hollow Tanks.
What's the deal? Operation Defend the Living Room. We're still doing AR games. But the AR stuff is popping off lately. Could never have predicted that as someone who doesn't really care about AR that much.
Enemies on you 12 and 3?
Enemies on you 12 and 3?
Oh yeah, they're on me. They're on me.
You take me
Oh my god.
Take cover behind the chair.
Yeah.
Incoming
Even when the games are not interesting to me, that they seem to be doing a pretty good job with the soundtrack at least.
I've got the last enemy tank pinned down.
Let's finish it.
Is this action or strategy?
Game over. Player versus player?
Hollow tanks. I think it's action.
Everyone, I hope you enjoy watching the showcase. We are really excited to reveal the Hollow Tanks game, truly magical room-scale mixed reality experience to enjoy with friends.
Yeah, I think it's action. You're just using the VR handsets to control your little tank around your living room, blowing up the tanks.
Considering the furniture in mind.
I would have preferred a version of this concept where your house is a battlefield for like turn-based tank and army action.
Anything from the blocks and make it live.
Like if you're like overseeing the battlefield frozen in time and you're just making decisions about where tanks and troops move to. Defensive points behind like the coffee table or whatever.
If you want to support the project, please follow our social media for the links and have a late pledge.
I think that'd be really cool.
Thank you for your attention and
I don't just want to just drive a tank around my living room and shoot at things. I think that gets dull in like 20 minutes. Here's a Stegosaurus. What is this? Something AR, I don't know. I feel like this is some kind of model builder. This looks like a tool. This looks like a toy. It doesn't look like a game. It looks like something you dick around with until you're amused enough and you never touch it again. Ooh.
The Sultan is back.
Okay.
Yes, Master. Only the might of the Ember
Dope.
Stones can save us.
All right, you got me. You can call a falcon that's in your hand. You can pet it.
You know very well
That's all
why
I
these
need.
stones can't be trusted.
Is this Prince of Persia?
We need help, Arya.
Dude, this
can't beat the Shadow
this
Sultan
looks like
alone.
Prince of Persia.
I think he can help us.
That was some Prince of Persia movement.
Trust me.
Dude.
Teach him how.
You can freeze time to climb waterfalls. that's such a Prince of Persia thing. You telling me this is not Prince of Persia? Because this would have to be Ubisoft. Otherwise, someone is basically just doing their own thing. Ember Souls. Bullshit. Prince of Persia Souls. You guys know what you're doing. That was Prince of Persia in everything but name. But we've never seen a Prince of Persia in VR, so they've beaten Ubisoft to the punch.
We gotta figure out their plans. I can see them.
This world is not ready for peace.
Cool.
What are you talking about? You went back on every agreement we had.
Zero Caliber 2. I seem to have missed Zero Caliber 1.
I don't follow any order that creates more chaos.
It's some really overly dramatic, intense voice acting. Maybe this is some like B-grade goofy fun though.
Darling.
Oh, she did. It's very awkward there. That was cool that you could use a grenade launcher to make a hole in the ice for the tank to fall into. On a technical level, that was more complex mechanics that I expected to see from this. What the fuck? Oh, that was on y'all. That truck did that all on its own. Another MetaQuest exclusive. Fucking hell.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Here comes the soundtrack again.
We have ignition. We have a liftoff.
Cosmic wave of music and energy. Oh, we're getting a rhythm game. Probably AR. Ready? It's gonna be stuff in your living room, right? Oh no. Full virtual reality. Okay. So they said Beat Saber, but make it high on acid. Yeah, they went full ecstasy trip. This one. It's like not lightsabers, but glow sticks. Glow sticks and ecstasy. I feel like the being in space with all the particles and shit is a little distracting. Rhythm games are better when the interface is more cleanly readable, so that you can go full subconscious mode and just get into the vibe of hitting the notes with perfect timing. Everything else you add will like distracts from that. You can have a very clean visual aesthetic. Starwave might be doing a bit too much. It might have been more efficient just to make a really bland, basic visual style and then just pack it with some ecstasy in the box. Let the human brain take care of the rest. Hot Wheels Rift Rally, what? Oh, it's pinball. It's first-person POV pinball. Okay, I've never seen that before. That's new. They got something here. What if you were just standing inside the pinball machine, batting the ball back and forward? Is the concept, I guess. I think that also makes the game of pinball easier. Because if you were standing in front of the hole, able to swat the ball away from it, I think that makes pinball a lot easier. Because that's one of the things that pisses me off about pinball. It is so easy for that ball to go down that goddamn hole, regardless of how good you are with flippers. Sometimes you can't even help it. It just goes straight down and doesn't get anywhere near the flippers. And then you were fucked from the get-go. You had no chance. This is more like if you combine a pinball machine with Breakout. Atari's Breakout. Except you're the paddle. In first person. Have a briefcase of concrete. The game. What's happening? Oh, we're back to AR. We're in someone's apartment. Oh, this is going to be one of those puzzle games like The Room. There's like at least 5 of those games, I think, on Steam. where the whole thing is you just fiddling with a extravagant diorama, trying to figure out how to solve all the puzzly aspects of it to open it up more and more. Like a puzzle box. Puzzle box gaming. But in AR. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Is it the room? I have a feeling this might actually just be a room game. Like part of that actual franchise. It doesn't have the visual aesthetic of Room, which is more about more like elaborate jewel encrusted puzzle boxes. This like weird shifting block puzzle box thing is not really the visual style of Room. I think it's just a game that's playing in the same genre. And also human beings look like marble statues. That's unique. Is that another player? Because this might have just jumped up a bit if you can be in the game with other players like that in co-op, solving shit together. I think it is. Okay, that's awesome. That's... Alright, yeah, that's a big point from me. You just made this a lot better. Where'd the other dude even go? You fucked right off. Hey, brother. Oh, that's hard to say real quickly. That could be a tongue twister if I kept saying a name over and over again. Hey, Minx is there too. Minx wants me to eat Biscoff. Minx, you missed the end of my previous jar. Jeannie got the final scoop out of the crunchy Biscoff jar last night. Now I've just got the... Ooh. I just beat my microphone with my my Biscoff. It might just be a tutorial guy. Yeah, I think you might be right. I got too excited too quickly. You're about 5 jars up.
I told you.
You did finish off the glass shard jar in your attempts to murder me.
It's a place that finds you, takes you. Another dimension.
Wait, what was that game called? I was eating Biscoff and I missed it.
It's like hell.
Shit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's filled with hyper-aggressive extraterrestrials.
I know, it sounds crazy, but...
You know what's funny? This ad could potentially be seen as a little problematic. They're trying to get people to get into VR. VR's trying to get an audience. It's still not really doing that great. Audience intake is very slow with VR because of the gear requirement.
To you.
This trailer feels like it's making it look like people are going crazy from playing sci-fi horror VR games and need therapy.
There's no escape. We have to do something.
This man has been in his MetaQuest 3 for 48 hours straight, and this is what's happened. You get motion sickness? Get one of the wrist straps. Get one of those cotton wrist straps that has a plastic bead where the wrist is, and it presses against the pressure point. It helps with motion sickness. It helps if you're going to go on boats and stuff as well.
Another one.
It distracts some inner ear part of your subconscious to the feeling of the pressure being applied to your wrist in a way that prevents your brain from switching onto the motion sickness track. Something. I don't know. Need to make more games on level Half-Life Alyx? Yes. I mean, yes. Definitely. That's why games like Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners did so well. Because that literally is a game that's of the quality of like a Half-Life Alyx. It's just that some people didn't realize that because they saw Walking Dead in the title and they just assumed it was some cash-in TV show movie game, which are always usually terrible. But that one was actually really good. Also, things like the single-player story mode didn't do as well, but things like Bone... What was it called? Boneyard? What was the one made right after Half-Life Alyx by the guys from Freddy W's YouTube group? Oh, did you find it already? Hopefully it works for you. I know people that use that when they go on car rides, for example. And I've seen people on Reddit talk about how it's helped them with VR as well. Boneworks, thank you. What did I say? Boneyard? Yeah, see, Boneworks was a game that was technically of the quality of a game like Half-Life Alyx. It's just the story mode wasn't quite as up to scratch with Half-Life. But the technical side of things were there. Got really nice VR that just sits there. Yeah, for sure, do it. More people need to get into VR. VR is some good shit. I've got one of those wrist straps as well. I need to sort out my Valve Index setup in this room so I can start streaming VR more, or at all. Let me just go back and see what this game was called because I missed it. Infinite Inside. All right, cool. Back to whatever this was. Drums Rock. Little awkward title. This looks hella fun though. The three types of games that work really well in VR. Music games, you know, like your Beat Sabers and that. Horror games, purely for the immersion factor, can't be beat. What was the third one? Point and click style escape room puzzle games. I think between those three genres, that's the most fun I think you can have with VR. You have really poor eyesight. How does that work in VR? It depends on depending on the VR headset you've got. You can actually wear glasses within VR. More high-end headsets like the Index and whatever. I think the Quest also does it. The Quest 2 and 3. They have adaptable spinny switch parts that allow you to change the distance from the face, but also the distance inside of the lenses from the face, independent from the actual gear itself, which means you can set it up to be more protruded from the face, but with the lenses closer to accommodate for the fact that you're wearing glasses like within the headset itself. I know some people just do contacts, but I think it also depends on what your eyesight's condition is. I think nearsighted versus farsighted is a different problem when it comes to VR. I think farsighted people... No, wait. If you're the kind of person whose problems with your eyesight are distance, like if things are blurry from a distance but are sharp up close, I think you're fine. Because you're not actually seeing in the distance in a VR headset. It's the illusion of distance because of how VR does perspective. So everything you're looking at is technically right in front of your face because it's a screen. Well, two screens. Two concave curved screens that match the curve of the eyeball. So in terms of like eyesight problems, you're only seeing something that's right here. But when you're inside VR, the things you're seeing in the distance look really far away, even though they're not, because of that depth perspective, like within the game's 3D, which I think is perfectly fine. If you've got, I forget which one nearsighted and which one's long-sighted. Does nearsighted mean you can see up close but you can't see far, and long-sighted means you can see far but you can't see close? I get those two flipped in my brain all the time. Yeah, the one where things are blurry up close, like if you have to use glasses when you're on a computer or watching TV, I think that's the issue. But yeah, if you've got a good headset, you can... In fact, some headsets that weren't designed with that in mind, they have accessories you can buy to basically make that doable. Like a different replaceable mask gasket part that goes around the face. It's near side when you can see what's close. Okay, yeah, got it. So it's literally saying if you're nearsighted, your sight is good at close. I think my problem is I flip them on my brain sometimes. When I go nearsighted, my brain flips it to like, oh, you can't see up close. I get confused. And I'm not one of those people that gets confused between my right and my left. I promise. Is this a superhero simulator? Oh, cool. This does already exist, though. I actually know the game. It's on Steam. It lets you fly around like Superman, like around the planet and even up into space. This looks like it's got worse graphics than that game that I was just talking about. Which is weird, because that game's old, and this is new. Soar. That's not going to win any graphics awards. Fuck, what was that game? Hang on. I need to prove what I'm talking about here. Fuck, what's the game? I think I might have it. Hang on. Is this my library? Store. Where's my library? Can I not look at my library through the browser? Is that how this works? Shit. You know that game too? Yeah, we're probably thinking of the same one. I'll know it if I see it. Maybe if I just Google flying VR game. Come on, baby. I just want to prove that, like, the game that I'm thinking of is got much better graphics and is exactly the same kind of game as the one we just saw. This isn't good enough. We're getting ships and stuff. Super flying VR game. Superfly. What the fuck is Superfly? That's not it. Oh, that's definitely not it. Some goofy shit. Superfly again. They just want to talk to me about Superfly right now. Let me type Superman. Games where you fly like Superman. Reddit. Help me, Reddit. Richie's Plank Experience. No. Why would you say this to me? You can fly to other planets and stuff? Yes, we are thinking of the same game. Yeah. Like, a lot of that stuff is a little gimmicky in the game. Like, it's not something you need to or have to do as part of the actual like the plot or the mission objectives. You just can, which is kind of neat. Rec Room, no. Rush, no. Don't tell me no one's ever heard of this game on Reddit. Omega Agent with a jetpack, no. Ultimate Booster for Rift. None of that sounds familiar. Megaton Rainfall. There it is. The second I saw the name, I knew that's what it was. That's the one, baby. Hang on, let me flip screen. Oh yeah, Megaton Rainfall.
Dr. Disrespect is a major player.
That is not the video I clicked on. There we go. I don't want to hear about no Dr. Disrespect. What the fuck? Come on. Wait. Hurry up. It's less that you're Superman and you're more like you're some kind of godlike being. Because when you look at your hands and stuff, you're sort of made of see-through energy. Look at the planet. Look at it. Yeah, see the hands? You're like some kind of Dr. Manhattan-like entity. And you can fly down to the planet and up out of the planet at will. Like live. It's fucking incredible. These cities and the city destruction stuff is cool as well. Like, it's more about trying to stop threats and complete objectives without causing more destruction yourself. Because your character is so OP that you can basically level the city just from trying to shoot down a drone or a little UFO with your own powers. So that's really where the gameplay loop comes in. This is also one of those games that I think is when a lot of people discovered they were first prone to motion sickness in VR. If you're going to be motion sick in a VR game, this one's going to do it to you, I bet. Minx, don't play this one. Let's put this one on the back burner. until you've gained your sea legs. This isn't a trailer, this is someone's actual live gameplay, isn't it? See if I can skip to the city. Look at that. Procedurally generated cities and skyscrapers. I recognize that building. That's a real building. I forget what city though. Aurora Borealis? I didn't even know that was in the game. So fucking cool. Nice music too. Yeah, so you hear the War of the Worlds stuff starts happening. And you have to use your godlike powers to level War of the Worlds creatures, but you can destroy the cities yourself so easily, like case in point. Simply flying after... I've seen very big UFO or centipede-like creatures in this, and simply flying after them, trying to keep up with them, you could just fly through skyscrapers and just fuck things up by accident. What year did this come out? This is fairly old now as far as VR games are concerned. Let me just back this up. 2017. So that's a good 7 years ago. Developed by Pentadimensional Games. Came out on PS4 and Microsoft Windows. So Steam and PlayStation VR. Original PlayStation VR. Earth is represented in full scale in the game. Although not every city is represented, it is possible to fly from the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean to outside Earth's atmosphere and eventually leave the Milky Way galaxy. For no reason as well. Like, the game doesn't require you to do that. It just is. There's stuff on VR that nobody talks about that is like genuinely impressive experiments in gaming. Breaks my heart. And Genie's awake. Game probably has LOD, so they can make it... Why am I mental blanking on what LOD is? Lawyers on demand. They definitely have lawyers on demand, yes. Oh, LOD is in the Bible as well. Religious reference. Okay, that's definitely not it either. Why am I not remembering what this stands for? Levels of detail. Oh, I see what you mean. Where your distance to objects changes what level of detail the object loads in. So from a distance, it's basically like a single pixel cube for a building. But when you fly up to it, it's replaced by an actual building model with like windows and lights and things. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard that concept acronymed before. I think that's all. I know about that as a technology, because games have been doing that for a while now to make things function at larger scales, but I've never had to refer to it like as a technical thing.
The latest from one of today's sponsors. Fly with friends, shoot your enemies, soar.
Fly with friends, shoot your
flight
enemies.
Experience in VR, now
It's a
in
fucking
early
video
access
game.
and open for beta testing on MetaQuest.
I'm getting really tired of MetaQuest exclusives. This showcase has had way too many Meta exclusives. Makes me sad. I blame Facebook for this. This is that arcade simulator. Where you build your own arcade in the back of a laundromat. But you also have to manage. You have to do your laundromat job as well as being able to go play your arcade machines. It's pretty sick that it's coming out in VR though. The flat screen version of this is available right now on Game Pass. It's got a cool soundtrack. I don't know whether to play the Game Pass version, because I really want to, or if I should wait to play the VR version instead. I might look into whether the VR version's different enough to treat it like a different game, and then maybe just play both.
Lobby interactions.
It's just kind of a long game.
You can do in the lobby. So one thing we're going to add, for example, is a character that's going to hide in the level, and you can just try to find it.
What is? Oh, this is that game where you've got bunny legs.
Play from totally dying, so you can always respawn in.
You've got these two bouncy things strapped to your limbs, and you basically have to bounce like a rabbit.
In different sections in the
I have
level
seen
to
this
help
before.
With the challenges.
It's cute. I think I saw someone review it on YouTube for the PlayStation VR 2. Battle Talent. Terrible name. You either got it or you don't. Block with an orc. Is this like a co-op sword and sorcery? When you and your 3 mates basically just hang out in an arena and fuck up skeletons and orcs. I like that you can grab items off your friend's body. Like if you need a mana or a health potion, you just take it off their belt yourself. That's neat. There's so many cool ways to like come up with cool ideas in VR. Like simple stuff. Like being able to just take an object off your friend's body. Like, if your friend's got a dagger on his belt, maybe you can just take it off his belt and use it. Put it back yourself. It seems so basic when I say it out loud, but it's like, that's the kind of shit that, like, people sometimes think about, like, the VR developers think about, and you go, wow, why has this never been done before? Why has this never been done before in a flat screen game? You could make a co-op shooter, like a Doom type thing, where you're playing it with 3 other friends, like 4-player. Co-op against the, like, campaign co-op, where you could do things like that.
June 20th to July 1st, you can
but it
get
takes VR
Smash
games sometimes to, like,
for 30%
innovate
off during the
that kind of
MetaQuest
stuff.
Store summer sale. But for those of you watching the showcase live, you can get Smash Drums for a whopping 50%
I love
off
the
on
idea that, like,
MetaQuest
a
store by
environmental
using
exploration puzzle in a VR game with friends could entail you, like, literally grabbing your friend with your hands and just throwing them over a
It wasn't
chasm.
allowed. Click the
So your
link
friend can
below
then, like,
this
lower a
video
bridge or something?
Go to showcase.uploadvr.com to get Smash Drums 50% off using code UVR-7996F4.
Well, it's too late for that. This showcase is like a week and a half old.
And again,
that
sorry
discount
about the
code probably isn't a thing
they
no more.
have no control over that. Wow, the show's almost
Wow.
over. Enter now to win our free
Man just
Humble
tried to do his
VR
own Owen
bundle
Wilson.
featuring Devolver. 10 lucky viewers will
Doom does
win,
have a
and
VR game.
submissions
It's called
close
Doom
at the end
VFR,
of the live
which I believe
broadcast.
stands for virtual
Use the
fucking
QR code on the
reality.
screen or
In the
go
same
to
way that people say the BFG stands for big fucking gun. It's a very good
Humble
name.
Bundle to enter. If you missed out
It's
on
a
the
clever
contest,
take on Doom
you
as
can
well.
still
It's not.
get 8 VR games
It's not technically
for
the
$10,
first. Not
like
the first.
Gorn,
You know.
the Talos Principle, Serious Sam.
You know, the 2016 Doom reboot that got the Eternal sequel. I think a lot of people assume that the VR game, Doom VFR, is basically just VR that game, but it actually is made as a spin-off from that game. It's its own little mini story. Not technically the same thing, but it is very clever. Like, it does have full motion control. Like, you can move around with the joystick, like full locomotion in the game, but it also has the teleporting feature, which apparently makes the game a lot better in terms of the speed and the action, because as you're running around shooting demons and stuff, you can use the teleporting VR mode thing as like an actual tactic. Like if a demon's coming at you, you can use the arcing teleport button to like basically appear behind him and shoot him in the back of the head. So you can essentially blink around the room as part of your like your combat strategy, rather than just using that movement mode as someone who doesn't like to joystick walk because it makes you motion sick. But you know what's it's worth playing solely for the VR guns. Being able to hold the Doom gun in your hand in VR and hold it up to your face and look at it from every angle and see all the mechanics, like the reloading feature and the parts moving and shifting, like the plasma gun like thing cocking back. or the glowing core in the middle of it. Like, that stuff is so good. And you can dual wield. Because it's VR, you're often holding like one gun, like a shotgun or a plasma gun in one hand, and then like the melee chainsaw grenade launcher combo thing in the other hand, and basically just going buck wild with them.
And more.
It's good stuff.
A portion of the proceeds go to charity, which makes
You must be
us all
looking
winner
forward to that
thrilled.
new Doom game that they
Available for a limited time
they dropped at the Xbox
humblebundle.com,
showcase.
Or by going to
The medieval one?
uploadvr.com/humblebundle.
What was that called?
Winners will be
Doom Dark
announced
Ages?
and
With the
contacted by 6 p.m.
the chainsaw
Pacific
Captain
time
America
today.
shield. Fuck yeah. The second they came up with that shield, they had the game right there. No other innovation required. Although it seems to have plenty. Like, it has a grappling hook that you can pull yourself into enemies with. It's got the mech. There's one part of the trailer where he gets into a mech. There's one bit where he's flying on a dragon-like creature. Yeah, it is Doom Dark Ages. Yeah. Almost forgot. I don't really care what this is. Doesn't look like my jam. The eating the apple stuff is the best thing I've seen so far. Oh, the destructibility is not bad. The dude just rocket launched an entire building down. This looks like Overwatch or Apex Legends type stuff. Like esports one-on-one arena fight gameplay. Just don't care about that stuff.
Where you'd land if you fell so deep into
Alice in Wonderland?
down the rabbit hole of your dreams to a place beyond imagination. And
I saw the rabbit. It's Alice in Wonderland. Escaping. Wait, there already is a Wonderland game in VR. Down the Rabbit Hole Saga. Oh, this might be a sequel. Yeah, I think this might be a sequel to the game I'm thinking of. There already is a game like that in VR. It plays like a point and click. I just don't remember what its name was. Oh, dope. This is super cyberpunk. That very slow strafing left and right is a little lame, but everything else looks cool. Got force powers, yep. Slow-mo, minigun. This feels like one of those VR games that is fun for a night, and then the storyline ends after about 3 to 4 hours, and then you're pretty much done with the game.
And that's the latest trailer from one of our sponsors. Wishlist their game now and be ready to hunt your first vampire
Oodie Software have a philosophy they don't make the same game twice. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to have that philosophy, but you'd hope that most developers would have that kind of philosophy, but obviously they don't. Most developers do the exact opposite.
Alien planet.
They find something that works and they attempt to replicate it over and over again.
With hostile environments and endless possibilities.
Sometimes it's successful. From Software do that.
Gather precious resources.
From Software have repeated the Souls-like formula many times. They have been iterating on it though. Like Bloodborne is different enough, and Sekiro was different enough.
Engage in intense battles.
And Elden Ring has added a new level to it.
Given you by Mothership Commander to gain rewards.
So I wouldn't say they exactly make the same game every time.
Daring expedition.
They change it up enough.
Other hunters
maybe not between Dark Souls 1 to 3.
Ally, fight, or betray.
Obvious reasons. This feels like something between No Man's Sky and Satisfactory. Maybe more No Man's Sky.
Astro Hunters Beyond.
Astro Hunters.
Universe and become the ultimate hunter.
Ugh. Sometimes they name games in ways that you're never going to remember the name because it's so generic. Astro Hunters, really?
Mine for treasure in your room.
Oh, AR. It's a mining game where they put the ore and the treasures in your actual living room. I guess. The Cave Digger 2 mixed reality expansion. I have Cave Digger 1 on my Steam library. I think I bought that on a
The idea behind
sale.
Astra was to make use of the full potential of
I never got around to playing it,
to
though.
create a whole new kind of immersive experience.
So I ain't ready for Cave Digger 2.
Through the design of Astra, we wanted to evoke a lot of different emotions: wonder, amazement, curiosity.
They've got a Mortal Kombat
but also
arcade
a little
machine
bit of
in their
fear,
office.
hopelessness, and loss.
That's all I'm thinking about right now. I no longer care about this Astra game.
Created something that is not a movie, it's not a game, it's not an educational app, it's just blending all of this.
It's a walking simulator, is what they're saying. That's usually what that means. To be fair, I don't use the term walking simulator as an insult or a bad thing. I actually do like walking simulators a lot. Because I don't really care how much or what kind of interactivity a game has. I'm just down for the experience. If it's immersive, then I'm good. I'm good with it. I played some very good walking simulators that have told some very immersive, interesting stories. So I'm never gonna poo-poo on the form, on the genre. This looks wild. This looks like Borderlands. This looks a lot like Borderlands, just with less color. Borderlands with a Quake color scheme and textures. I feel like this is going to be like playing Borderlands just without the personality. Like, the mechanics are probably there. It's probably fun to play, but it's doubtful going to have the personality of something like Borderlands. I bet it's going to be fairly generic. Sometimes VR developers are pretty good at coming up with fun, complex, or just generally functional, enjoyable gameplay loop mechanics for their VR games, but they don't always know how to give their game personality or flair, or good story, or humor. It always feels like you're playing a tech demo. Rage 1, yeah. I have played the entirety of Rage. I haven't played Rage 2, which seems like it has more personality, but yeah, Rage 1 for sure.
Is this thing on?
I wasn't actually one of the Rage 1 haters. You know how Rage was super roasted when it came out? For many, many reasons. By the time I eventually got around to trying that game, I actually quite enjoyed it.
To prove yourself worthy, you must survive a series of deadly trials known as Venture's Gauntlet.
Oh, this is like Portal, yeah?
By the way, pretty cool.
Yeah, this is gonna be like one of those Portal first-person puzzle games. Which kind of live or die 50% on their puzzle design and 50% on their personality. You gotta have that like GLaDOS element that ties the whole thing together. Wasn't that bad? That's a good way to describe it. Wasn't that bad. So if you're someone that was looking forward to it for like the entire development process, which was many, many years, it was notoriously in development hell for a while. But it kept on talking itself up and making it looking like it's going to be the next big thing. Like on a technical level, it was looking like an insane looking game. And when it came out, it wasn't all that. And I think a lot of PC gamers were burnt by it, and that's why it got such a bad reception. Because it wasn't bad enough to warrant that kind of reaction, but
I believe in you.
Like a Peter Molyneux game, it promised a lot for a lot of years, and by the time it came out and it was just kind of it was just an okay game, that okay was not good enough. Like, people were legitimately burnt by that. I know PC gamers, like PC Master Race type people that don't play console. They're all about PC. And in those days, Rage was meant to be the next big thing. And to this day, they still talk about that game like it was Hitler. Like, that was like the worst thing that ever happened to them. Because they were championing that game like it was the next thing that was going to showcase their love of PC gaming. The reason why PC is the master race. And then it came out and it was like, And I guess it embarrassed people. Like, if you're a huge PC dude that used to talk that game up and believed all the trailers, like, it was embarrassing. Like, it came out and it was like, oh, that's your game? That's the shit you've been talking about for 10 years, bro. And so they took it out on the game. They were fucking mad. They raged at ID for that one. And that's the thing. Like, it's everything behind the game that was the problem. The marketing, the length of time it took, the pop culture zeitgeist around the idea of the game. If you take all that stuff out of it, it's just a decent first-person shooter. It was kind of cool. Like, I played through the whole thing and was like, this is kind of neat. It feels good to shoot stuff. There's a thing I can drive around, like a Mad Max dune buggy. But I was detached from the drama. Because when that was a thing, I wasn't the kind of person who could afford a next-gen gaming computer to play stuff like that. So I saw what was happening, but I wasn't part of it. So I saw it happen, I saw it go down, I saw everyone get mad. I kind of lolled in the background, oh well, I'm over here playing my N64 or whatever. And then years later, I got to play it on an Xbox 360, and I was like, this is sick. I kind of dig this. And I still want to play Rage 2, and I can, because you can play it for free on Game Pass. It's on there. I'll get around to it eventually. I think Rage 2 took inspiration from stuff like Borderlands, though. When I remember seeing the trailers and the reviews, and it feels like they took Rage 1, and they just sprinkled some, like, Borderlands open world, more colorful quirkiness to it, but kept that hard-edged, hardcore, gory ID kind of tone as well, and they just kind of mushed the two together. I think it looks alright.
The evidence you've displayed that you don't have what it takes.
The sequel at least got better reviews than that first one did. What happens when you take the scientifically scariest VR game and put it in VR? Grown men shit their pants, that's what. Oh, this is Madison. I actually heard this is very good. The reviews for this are all 9 and 10 out of 10s. Like, this is apparently one of the best horror games you can get in VR now. Oh, there we go, 9s and 10s. There was 1 8 there, but fuck them.
Madison.
I actually haven't played this on flat screen yet, so if I do get around to playing Madison, I think I'm going to make it the VR version up front. I'll just skip the flat screen version. Hey, Bulletstorm.
What is going on? Catastrophic hull failure detected.
I'm curious about this game. I played Bulletstorm all the way through to completion when it first came out. I got this game like launch on console. It was fun, it was cool, I liked it. I'd like to know exactly what the deal is with this VR port. Like, is this just the first game in its entirety in VR, or has this been altered and changed to make it like a spin-off?
Looks dead to me.
Because if it's different enough to the original, I would play this again. What the hell's happening though? This is the craziest trailer in this entire showcase. There's a new horde mode, don't care. Miss me with that.
Well, that was
about
fun.
It. I'd play this again in VR if it was different enough to the original. I'd have to look into that. I'll look up some reviews or something. Bobot. Have you noticed that bow and arrow focused games are like one of the most common things on VR headsets? There's something about the aesthetic of the tactile nature of pulling a bowstring back and firing a bow and arrow in VR that people have like latched onto in a big way. This is a multiplayer arena game based entirely on that, which I think already exists multiple times, to be honest. I forget what it's called, but there's a sci-fi story-driven game on VR that does have a lot of sort of science fiction crossbow mechanics that is kind of in that vein of Half-Life Alyx style games, but I can't remember what it's called. But like Half-Life Alyx, it is a single-player, campaign, story-driven, exploration, combat, puzzle-solving Half-Life Alyx type game, but it's mainly focused on a sci-fi bow and arrow. Lone Echo? I don't think it's Lone Echo. Let me just double check. Lone Echo might be that. Yeah, no, not this one. Is this about? This hasn't got bow and arrows, does it? I remember Lone Echo. I don't recall any bow and arrows. What's Stormland? Android gardener named Vespa transversing an alien. Oh, that sounds cool. Am I seeing it popping out here? No. Asgard's Wrath is apparently really good, though. I keep seeing that popping up everywhere. As far as Oculus exclusives go, people really talk up Asgard's Wrath as a very good VR game. Stormland is amazing. Oh, you have played Stormland? Yeah, I think I remember the video reviews for this. It does ring a bell when I read the synopsis. Hang on. VR sci-fi bow. I don't think this is helping me. Archery Evolution. No. Let me just try VR sci-fi story games. Red Matter, but I heard Red Matter's pretty good. Journey to Foundation. What's that? It doesn't ring a bell. Journey to Foundation. I want to see what it looks like.
I don't know about you.
Shush.
Zornel is doomed.
Well, you aren't going to move. Let's just... There is a shotgun blast.
No.
And like a verse.
What could it be? This might be harder to find than the last one, the Megaton Rainfall one that we typed in. You never played it, you watch other people play it. I would like to, once I get my index set up, I'd like to play more games like that on stream. They're just... Story-driven games on VR are just so cool. Oh my god. There's so many. Umurangi Generations in VR? I didn't know that. I play that on flat screen. Robo Recall? No. Hubris? I know what that is. It's not Hubris. I think there's a bird in it. Top 10 sci-fi VR games. What do we got? Persistence. That's more like a roguelike. Star Trek Bridge Crew. Multiplayer Hilarity. Red Matter 2. Space Pirate Trainer. It's meh. Wandering in Space. Hubris. No. Raw Data. Also roguelikey. Star Wars Squadrons. I would like to try that in VR, actually. Flying a X-Wing in VR. Although that might make me hurl. Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, boo, nothing. Would I recognize the name when I saw it, though? That's the question. I'm looking for something to jump out at me. Sci-fi VR RPG, no. I don't know how to find this. This might be too difficult. It's definitely not Singularity. Ghost Ship. What the fuck is Ghost Ship? Sounds generic as hell. Ultimate VR Space Adventure. No. What's Echo? I don't know what the hell that is. VR sci-fi story game. Oh, Bird? Not Falcon Age. This is very difficult. Maybe I should give up. This might be too niche. Do you remember where you first heard of it? I remember it's out. It's been out for ages. I remember the reviews for it. VR sci-fi game like Alex. Let's try that. See what comes up. See what Reddit has to say about it. Any VR games as good or close to Half-Life Alyx? Skyrim with mods? No. In fact, it was Reddit that we found Megaton through, I think, as well. Lone Echo 1 and 2, we already tried that. It's not that. The Vertigo games are pretty cool, but it's not that either. A lot of people keep saying Lone Echo. Lone Echo is a very popular VR game. It's got a lot of good word of mouth. Adrift? No. No Vertigo. Bone Labs. Fucking hell. Gary's mod with VR. Why would you say Gary's mod? Come on now. Be serious. Duck Season. That is actually kind of cool. Duck Season is one of those secret horror games that takes you by surprise. Lone Echo is good as fuck. Yeah, I mean, if you just watch a trailer of it, you can tell it's a top tier VR game. It's AAA quality. Just watching people like move around inside the zero-G ship with their hands. Perverts like Vertigo 2. I don't even know what you mean by that. There's Stormland. Asgard's Wrath. Wanderer is a very cool. When I was talking about VR games that have the design philosophy of old point and clicks and escape room games, Wanderer is probably the best one I've seen of that. It's a game where you travel through this post-apocalyptic city until you reach this abandoned apartment, maybe like an hour or two into the game. And it's the abandoned apartment of your old scientist grandfather. And then that becomes the game's hub, where you use this fancy watch device to travel back in time to different time periods using objects in the apartment. So you'll find like an Aztec arrowhead, for example, and you place it over the watch and it gets sucked inside, and then it opens a portal that takes you back to like South American Aztec like times where like tribes are running around and stuff. And you're kind of like solving puzzles and mysteries in different time periods, but at a certain point, the puzzles and the way the game progresses ends up having to mix time periods. Like you'll have to bring an object back from the Aztec, South American Aztec temple, and then take it with you into another time period, like into modern times on the moon with a bunch of astronauts, and use the object there to solve a puzzle there. And it shifts back and forward. Is it black and white? No, it's not. It does have Wanderer VR. Here it is. It does give off the vibe of a AAA VR game, much like a Half-Life Alyx. I mean, there's even a crowbar in this shot. That's the post-apocalyptic future that you're in here. There's a sequence you're traveling down this river on a raft, and you're trying to use the oar to keep alligators off your raft. But once you get the apartment, you start going back to, like, this is back in Aztec times, South American temple. Here's the sequence where you find that object that takes you to the moon landing. Why is it such bad? Try that again. Yeah. Here's you playing with an RC car on the moon during modern times. There's even a sequence where you find an object that takes you back to 1960s, what was it, 1960s or 70s, to Woodstock? Actual Woodstock. And you're hanging around backstage trying to solve some like story stuff, and it leads to a point where you actually have to go off on stage and actually play the drums in front of people. I think the way you solve this bit, I saw someone do this in like a clip. Because you can't drum, your character is not a drummer. If you try and do it, you'll fail and everyone boos, and you have to like go back in time a second time to fix it. The way to solve this, from what I saw this dude do, is you go back in time to the Aztec South American jungle, and you get one of those frogs. You know those multicolored frogs in South America that you can lick and they make you high? You bring the frog back, and you sit the drum kit, and you lick the frog, like, literally in front of your face. to basically like make your character trip balls and you become an amazing drummer. And then you basically play like drumming Guitar Hero and like you just rock the set, which is not very realistic, but it is funny. The game has a pretty decent sense of humor, but the story does take itself seriously, but it has moments like that that are kind of trippy. There's also a scene, I think you go back to World War I against the Nazis, and you get stuck in a trench, and you can bring back the RC car with the remote control that you saw in that that scene on the moon, and you can strap a German grenade to it, and then use the RC car to drive it out of the trench and take out a tank to allow the Allies to go further ahead. It's stuff like that. I think you also go back to meet Nikolai Tesla, back when he was like solving electricity or something, and you have to solve some like electrical battery puzzle with him. It gets pretty wild. Very good. If you like VR, very good game. Very creative. Especially if you like, it might not be as good as, I just noticed Jay's leaving. Good night, Jay. Sorry, I went off on a rant. It might not be as good as something like Alex, just in terms of being an epic like first-person shooter, because it is a different genre of game. It's more about exploration, story, and puzzle solving. But if you like those kind of games anyway, like as well, if you're not like stuck in the shooter mindset, like as far as story-driven, like epic, high-quality games goes, I have Wanderer pretty high up on my list. I would put that in my top 10 list of VR games for sure. I don't think we're going to find this game that I'm thinking of. I just remembered you had like a cyber bow and arrow. Like it was mechanical. And I think you are also a robot. But you're exploring like ruins. And I think you have like a little pet helper creature, which might also be a robot bird thing. That's the best I got in terms of my memory. But whatever that is was cool. Yeah, let's leave that. I'm going to leave that there because I'm going to be stuck looking for this forever. Thanks, brother. Much obliged.
The future, where technology needs purpose. The future is not just imagined.
What's happened? We've been talking for so long. I've got no idea where this video is at.
Stop, please.
I've got no idea what this is.
I need your help before it's too late.
Okay, man.
This is the situation Elwar created, and we need to destroy it. I coded an avatar with the ability to slow down time.
Super hot.
So, even when
but they made it blue.
You will be able
so now
to
it's
survive.
different.
I know what you're thinking, and don't worry.
Yeah, you said at the same time I did. Super hot. We both came to the same conclusion immediately.
Well, most of the time. I need you to find Cold VR immediately.
Oh, wait, I know what this is. I read about this. I didn't know what it looked like.
You can access the simulation. It's our only chance to
I read about this game, actually. I know exactly what this is. This is more interesting than it looks. They're not explaining it properly. Cold VR. Okay, yeah. What this is reverse Super Hot. You know how in Super Hot time only moves when you do? So if you stand still, it's like a puzzle game where you think of what you're going to do first and then you do it. Cold VR is the reverse of that. The enemy moves slower the faster you move. So much like a roguelike, it encourages a faster pace. As long as you keep on going and make decisions on the fly and keep it popping, the enemy's going to be moving slower and slower and they won't be able to keep up with you. But if you like stop for a second to think about what you're doing, then the enemy goes at full speed and you get wrecked. So the second the level starts, you basically have to just like, you just have to bolt and deal with shit as it comes. It's really more about reflex and moment-to-moment decision-making. Whereas Super Hot is a puzzle solver, where it's about standing still and thinking and like working the scenario out. So it looks like a rip-off, but they have something here. I just think that their trailers need to be better. They need to prove to people that they're not ripping off Super Hot by explaining those mechanics properly. Because the only reason I knew that is because I remember reading about it in an article in text form. Just if it was just the trailer, I would have no clue what their concept actually was. And that's a problem. Because anyone that loves Super Hot's can immediately laugh at that and think it's just some cheap knockoff. Gundam. Just actual straight, just playing with Gundam action figures. Oh, this is AR. It's in your bedroom. Oh, that's cute. Alright. It's like picking up your toy off the table to fight back aliens that have ripped through a portal in the wall of your bedroom. It's adorable. It's kind of like Speedrunner Super Hot. Yeah, see? They should be pimping that in their marketing. They should say that in the trailer. Like, you just saying that in my chat is better promo for the game than that whole trailer we just watched.
That's our show. Special thanks to IGN for partnering with us. I'd like to
Oh,
give
it's
a final
done.
thank you to our main sponsor, Smash Drums, for helping us
There's
make
a big
this
chunk of
showcase
time
happen,
here. Why is it finished
as well
already?
as our supporting sponsors, Underworld Overseer,
It's done 4
Holocates,
minutes early.
Soar, Deep Matrix, and Farbridge. Thank you to everyone who watched today's broadcast. If you just can't get enough of us, you can sign up to our newsletter at the link in the description, or subscribe to our weekly podcasts, the VR Download and the VR Gamescast,
Cool.
which you can watch live on YouTube.
This
or
showcase
listen
spent
to
a lot
on
of time,
whatever
way too
platform
much
you listen to
time on
podcasts.
this weird
The artwork for this showcase
3D
was designed
sequence,
for
the
us
camera
by
floating around the
talented
logo
Sasha Mensakova.
while people
And our
talk.
special intro video was created for us once again
This is
by the
weird.
magnanimous Rosie VR. The host for this show was Kyle Riesenbeck, and I'm just Beck, marketing director and sometimes producer.
You know,
for
even though it
Upload
can
VR.
sometimes
if you
seem
have a
like
submission for our Winter 2024 showcase,
like
get in
rip-offs,
touch with me. And to everyone
I
watching,
think in game
we'll
development,
see
some
you
of
in
the
December.
best games or the neatest ideas have come out of somebody taking a pre-existing idea like a Superhot and saying, how could you flip the script on this? You know what I mean? Like, game development is always about seeing how other people innovated and what's special about their innovation, but how you can piggyback off a piece of what they did, but then turn the screws to send it in a different direction. Like, there's some iconic games out there that are basically essentially rip-offs of other games, but they weren't trying to rip off. They were just going, we love what you did. We have a twist on this that we think will be cool. So let me piggyback on what you did part of the way, but then watch what we do from here. And then you make gaming history. I mean, most genres are born of that. Like, remember how first-person shooters used to be called Doom clones? The term first-person shooter never existed until, like a decade or two ago. Games like Doom and Wolfenstein and Quake, they existed for a long time, like years and years and years before anyone came up with the term first-person shooter. They just called them Doom clones because people were like, we know what Doom is, and no other games have done this first-person with the gun on the screen thing. So anyone who tried to do that as well was just a Doom ripoff. But that is just a genre now. It's got nothing to do with Doom anymore. In fact, it wasn't to do with Doom in the first place, because as we know, like games like Wolfenstein existed before Doom, but Doom is the one that went, here's why this is a good thing. We're going to make the AAA version of this that everyone's going to go nuts for. Hey, CC and Snox Boy. That was both of you popping up at the same time? Traveling around as a couple? Why did I leave that running for so long? We just looked at that screen until it played out. That was a decent showcase. I'm just a bit shocked at how much AR was in that. Like, I don't mind AR games, but I'm not really into VR for the AR side of things. That's more of a novelty. I want, like, full AAA VR games. Like you were saying before, brother. You know, your Half-Life Alyx's stuff. We need more of that shit. I get a little bit... I don't know, I don't get too excited when I see AR games, but after a few seconds of watching a lot of AR game trailers, I am usually impressed by the tech and the ideas. Like, there's some cool shit in AR gaming. We saw a few tonight where I was like, okay, that's an impressive idea. It's just not my go-to for the VR stuff. Like, when I play them, it's a one-night novelty at best. And then I'm like, oh, that's neat. That was a cool idea. Good for you. And then I move on, and it's like you never touched again. Hey, Bastos. Look, there's some real negativity in the comments, too. There's one guy that's like, I'm glad VR is finally dying. More money for real games. Like, motherfucker. How dare you? Okay, the reply to him was like, bro just said that he can't play it. Mr. can't afford a VR headset over here. So he's gonna take a shit on the entire form. Mm-mm. I'm a French developer? Can you make a review in one of my games? AR is a niche of a niche. Yeah, that is an issue. Because too many people still think of VR as a niche, where it is a platform. Like, it's big enough that it should be bigger than it is now, but it's just got such a slow uptake because of the gear requirement. It's not getting there fast enough. What is Bastos dropping here? Flappy Bird. Wait, what? What do you mean? Flappy Bird already is a game. The game was famous. Flappy Bird 2024 remake. Didn't the guy that originally made Flappy Bird, he like had like a mental breakdown because of his success? Y'all remember that? He was getting rich over Flappy Bird, and then he had some weird mental breakdown where he felt bad about getting rich over Flappy Bird. He had this freak out where like he thought that he'd done a bad thing because people being addicted to like shitty iPhone games. He thought that was a bad thing, and he'd contributed to it. So he didn't care about the millions he was making anymore. He just flipped out and removed the game from the store, the iOS store, and never put it up again. Which I think was such a strange historical thing in gaming. Like, someone who was so successful in game development that his success drove him crazy and he didn't want the money anymore, and he threw his game in the bin so no one can play it anymore or download it. He didn't want the money, dude. I would have taken it. I would have let Flappy Bird make me as rich as it was going to get me. He kept getting death threats because people were raging on the game. Really? I don't remember that part. That is actually kind of embarrassing, though, on the part of the people sending the death threats. Can you imagine getting so mad at a basic as hell iPhone game where you're a bird flapping its wings and dodging walls that you literally sent death threats to the developer? That's cringe, man. That's the height of cringe right there. Is it a challenge or something? What is this? Coded with the help of my friend Dreamy. You play it in your browser without any downloads. What's the challenge? Is it just like a leaderboard thing? This fucking bird. It looks like an angry bird. The Flappy Bird's become an angry bird. What is Game Jolt? I don't think I've ever been to Game Jolt before. Is this a web browser game website? If I remember Flappy Bird, it is quite rage-inducing, though. You haven't played it? I tried it back in the day. It is what it is. It is addictive, but it's more interesting for the drama behind it. Hang on a sec. Let me shut down the showcases I was watching real quick. God, this website has a bit of a problem with fucking ads being right in your face. Whoops. Doop doo be doo boop. Doop doo doop doo. Oh, it's one of these. Alright, I get it. So Game Jolt just lets people post anything, does it? Interesting. Oh well. That was kind of I was kind of fascinated by what you were getting at there until it became obvious what you were really doing. That explains why a couple of you popped in at the same time. I've seen this happen before on other people's streams. People cruise around like a little gang, a little group of mates with trap links. Did you try it, brother? Do I need to get the hammer in use? Nah, it's alright, Minx. Almost forgot you were there for a second. It's fine. What the hell was that sound? Oh, it was, I have many screens, which makes it easy to check things that I'm a little sus about. I was watching what was going on at first. If you're curious, you can see what's going on if you click on the link and try to play the game. It's one of those trap things that people sometimes do with YouTube. You know when they want you to react to a YouTube clip and it's basically like a 10-second meme clip, but it's got like one frame of a dick somewhere in the middle to catch you out on Twitch. It's like that, but it's the it's a browser game version where you hit play to play a browser game and some crazy shit is like coded into it to ambush you, to jump scare you with porn and gore. Yeah, brother was onto it. He was a bit sus. We were all the same level of sus, I think. It's I don't think it's ban hammerable simply because it's like you gotta fall for it to be a problem. Which is why sometimes if I think something sus is going on, I won't jump immediately at it. Because we've all had that happen once or twice. It's sometimes obvious. Like if they had a way of making it happen automatically to you. Let me just switch screens here quick. Whoa, I need to go have dinner. If there was a way to like force things like that to happen to your stream, then it would be more necessary to ban, I think, but it's whatever. If the trick doesn't work, then they're harmless. You know what? There's a part of me that actually is fascinated by seeing these traps. Like, you don't want it to happen to you on stream because you get in trouble, and it is a rude, mean thing to do to people. Like, it's not cool. But like, I am fascinated by the tactics. Like, I do like seeing the traps. Like, when I first found out or got caught out by the YouTube one, I was like, okay, that's annoying. I could have gotten in trouble for that. But at the same time, I'm like, I see what you're doing here. With the splices, the editing in some splice shit into a YouTube video. That was interesting when that first happened to me. There are telltale signs for catching it out, though. Like, sometimes people want you to react to something kind of, like, weird and... Like, if someone sends you, like, a 9-second meme, it's like, that's a little sus. Sometimes you get a musician that actually wants you to react to their work. That's more normal. I've never had that turn into something dodge. But if it's like a 9-second meme of some kid like falling off a tricycle, it's like, there's going to be a BBC in the middle of this somewhere. I know it. And also what I said before, if people show up out of nowhere as a group, like, did you notice how CC, Snoxboy, Bastos, a bunch of people all showed up at the same time, simultaneously, and all immediately followed me, instead of like hanging out to see what this stream was about and what I'm like? It was just an instant follow, followed by like a react request. That's always super suspect. I've noticed that people that are trying to trick you into reacting to some dodgy shit, they'll show up and they'll insta follow you, just to like hope that you're like more amenable to doing what they want because they gave you a follow or a sub. Okay, not a sub. They're not going to spend money on some stupid prank, but you saw a lot of people come in and stop. Yeah, see, so you've noticed as well, Minx. People show up in a small group of a couple of friends going around pranking together. and they all immediately always follow you. That's always like the oh, and there's the second level to it. There was another level to it. But they need to use another login to do it. Well, that was interesting. Well, we learned something new today. Oh, you know what? It's probably because it's a browser game that you can code to do a lot of different things. It's probably got more, yeah, it's got more traps built into it than that to fuck around with people. The annoying thing about that is it's difficult then to, like, investigate what the trap's all about without causing further problems. Which is a shame. Because, you don't want to just be doing that all the time. Giving out stuff. Oh, I have a DM from you, Minx, that I didn't even notice because I was... Hang on. A jump scare would apply, it's bad, but it's a good thing. Oh, because I said the PayPal jump scare. No, I wasn't implying it was bad. I was just surprised. Were you around at all that night? Because I was playing something when that popped up on my phone, and I was wondering if you were lurking or not, because you never actually were in chat at all. But I was curious if you had been around, if you'd been lurking, because I was very curious about what that was about. Oh, you jumped in for like a minute. Oh, fair enough. I thought maybe you had been around at some point, and I just didn't see. I wouldn't have seen because you weren't saying anything. Yeah, what was that for? I was so curious. I was playing Toem or Toem, whatever that was called. Oh, was that just a because? Oh, okay, that's nice of you. Well, thanks for that. Yeah, brother, Minx is a regular mod for a lot of different places. Minx is a professional Twitch everythinger, professional streamer, professional viewer, professional modder. Modder? No, I can't say modder because that's something different. That's modding. Mood. And the gift subs. Also, Minx is also a very giving person. Yeah, I was convinced that it was for something because it was such a specific and larger than normal amount. Was up there, so I was like, "Is this for something?" It's exchange rate. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I thought that maybe like it was part of a like I'm gonna do a donation as a request for something, kind of like you did with A Little to the Left when it was specifically so I could do the DLC. It was rounded for me. Yeah, I always get like random dollar and cent amounts because of the exchange rate. It's always amusing to see that. Okay. Just to make sure. Oh, thanks for that. I'm still in the process of rising from the previous issues. Like, things are going well. I do, like, I'm still paying off a bunch of stuff, though, from, you know, all those things that happened to me. But, you know, it's going well. Everything's much more positive lately. Life has been sweet. But, yeah. Have they gone now? Yeah, those former housemates, they just completely went radio silent. Like, my attempts to communicate, like, back when it first happened, to try and work something out, they just stopped being... I just got left unread, and they stopped taunting me or trying to intimidate me. They just kind of vanished. And I think it's because of their... problems. Because not only were they now on camera at the building breaking into, like, the storage and fucking with the mailbox, and taking things, and there's still that issue with them taking the keys and the garage remotes and stuff like that, which is illegal. There's still the license plate forgery, actual criminal stuff that they were dealing with. which they're actually being chased by police over, because I got questioned by police multiple times about information regarding them so they could locate them. And from talking to authorities and mail that got left behind and a bunch of other stuff, she's also being sought after by the police for shirking, child support payments. For many, many years, she's supposed to have been paying child support to a guy in Melbourne for a younger child. And from what I've seen of her documents that got left behind in the trash, she's owing the government something like $17,600. That's how much child support she has not paid, that she's supposed to have been paid for years now. So that woman is in trouble on multiple levels, which is why she exists in hiding and lives as people's flatmates, where she doesn't have to put her name on official documents. So she can vanish, stay at some place for 6 months to a year, and then as soon as the government starts to suss out where she's actually living, because eventually they do figure it out, because you do have to exist in society using credit cards, and, you know, your digital footprint starts to be narrowed down to like one suburb. And eventually you start getting those letters in the mail from the government going, other government departments have tipped us off that you may be living here. You need to change your address. It's a election legality. And then, you know, they run away again. They vanish overnight and find somewhere else. The thing is, I've received letters recently from things like the government election paperwork that have confirmed and thanked them for updating their address to my address. So now that they've been caught as living here and they've run away, they're now starting to purposely set their addresses here after the fact, so they don't have to actually say where they really live. So as far as the police and the government's concerned, they always legally and technically live at the last place they lived in terms of the paperwork. You know what I mean? Brother's testing something. Oh, he's back. Something happened. What a stressful way to live. Yeah, so I think the radio silence is one of those things where it's like, things got a bit too hot, and the fact that I was pushing it and helping the police and dobbing them in and constantly trying to, you know, get them to cooperate. And I wasn't disappear. Like, they were expecting me, I think, to leave them alone because they were trying to intimidate me. Like, their constant attitude was, don't fuck with us, you don't know what we're about. And I was like, I don't care. I just kept writing back and claiming, like, I'm going to take you to the tribunal or the police and whatever. So the only thing they could do in the end, I think, was just to vanish entirely and just stop communicating. Because there was no other play, really. If they kept fucking with me, they were putting themselves in more jeopardy with the police finding out where they're now hiding. So they just had to, you know, pull the ripcord on that, disappear completely. Sucks for them. Wasn't a great experience for me having to deal with them and the ways that they screwed me over and made me lose money, but I'd still rather be me than them. Because that shit's going to catch up to them eventually. That you can't run away from all. The problem, their biggest problem is she keeps on stacking on the problems. She keeps on fucking people over. She keeps doing more illegal stuff. You're basically like building a track record, like a rap sheet, that they're looking for you more and more. Like, you start out with one illegal thing the cops want to talk to you about. She ends up with like 6 or 7 things that different departments are looking at for her. Eventually you become enough of a problem that they're going to try a little harder to get you. And all those things compiled together are going to put you in prison. Any one of those things by themselves might just get you fines and a slap on the wrist. When you put all that stuff together, you're like a career criminal. Like, at that point, they're like, okay, this is too many things. Like, you got to go away. Even if for a couple of years. Like, hopefully that sets you straight, because a lot of it's petty stuff, but still. She already does have, like, one of the cops I spoke to, she already does have a pretty decent rap sheet of things that she's previously got in trouble for and arrested for. She has many assault charges, because she's an angry, violent person. I did receive many threats like that myself, but she never acted on any of them. So none of them actually became an assault. They were just threats, but, you know, it has happened many times, and she's been caught for all of them, I think. So despite how angry she is and how much she thinks she can get away with things through intimidation, I don't think she's making the mistake of actually, you know, going through with any of the violence, because it's probably the thing that she's been busted for the most. Because cops ain't going to play once you put your hand on someone. It's much easier to take care of you. The cops can just pick you up and take you in. All this other stuff, especially the stuff that I dealt with, is all gray area stuff where the cops can't do much. And that's frustrating. Because a lot of it is pretty illegal, but it's like they're not really doing anything. They're not arresting anybody. And it was pissing me off quite a bit. But I have to take off so I can have a nice late dinner. Next week I'm trying the 2 Figment games, Figment 1 and 2. And then probably Hypnospace Outlaw at the end of the week. To see what that's all about, because that fascinates me. It's like a 90s internet simulator. So I want to see what that means. Sounds cool. But I don't know. Wait and see when I get to it. But thanks again, Minx. You've always been very kind and giving as usual. I was desperate to find out what you wanted me to buy with that money, and it was just you being Santa Claus. Except it's not Christmas or my birthday. Good to meet you too, brother. Thanks for the follow and all that. And the long chats about VR. Jeannie's probably fallen asleep again. She was here, but I think she fell asleep and woke up at 2 different points. And typed one thing and then fell back asleep. Alright. Good night, everybody. See you later.